for a very strong year. And the building permit fees collected. So you can see for the first 4 to 5 months, we're quite a bit higher than last year, blue being 2022 and green being last year. But green, last year we had a very strong June to September, as you can see. And then we'll see what happens this year with the rising interest rates. It might dampen that a bit, but we expect it to continue to be strong. So another note, the board action tracker update, just wanted to update you on some files that we've had and we continue to work on for enforcement. So 2070 Carmi Road, the Penticton Speedway. The owners are actively working with the RDOS to achieve voluntary compliance. We've had numerous meetings with them and we've had a lot of professional reports submitted, but we still are waiting for the structural engineer to provide the remaining items for the bleachers before we can issue the permit. 520 Highway 97, there's a farm building converted into a dwelling. The owners have not brought the property into compliance and the file is with the RDOS lawyer to commence injunctive action. 7005 Indian Rock Road, steel storage container converted into a dwelling. We've placed a notice on title. The project requires a WDP and there's a delay with the province while they're revamping their process for existing houses that didn't have it approved prior to construction. That's been changed, so we're waiting for the province now to approve that WDP or RAR application. So there's a bit of a delay. They have a big backlog. 2811 Princeton Summerland Road, structure built without a permit. We've placed a notice on title and the file will be forwarded to our lawyer to commence injunctive action. 1825 Green Mountain Road, remedial action due to unstable ground. The most recent update, July 12th, the owner's lawyer stated that the drainage issue that caused the slope instability may have been corrected. So we've requested with our lawyer that the appropriate professional reports be submitted to verify the claim in order to lift the do not occupy order and cease remedial action. So this is ongoing. Bylaw enforcement. So bylaw complaints received 51 and resolved 82. We have a current active file load of 107. So we're able to actually resolve more of our files than we received, and that's partly due to the hiring of our new bylaw enforcement supervisor that started in May. The Q2 fines collected through small claims court was roughly $13,000. So the Q2 activity report, upcoming activities, create new RFP. The animal control contract is up, and we would have a goal of providing increased service and efficiency to the areas. The initial preparation for consolidation of the untidy and unsightly bylaw. And then once building has their basic gov software up and running and we work out the bugs, we're going to move on to bylaw to get that implemented for that department. And procedure development and training for the proposed noise bylaw that may be adopted. Planning services. Here's a breakdown of the year-to-date applications and referrals. So we're a little bit under what the 2021 year was, but still pretty average. The breakdown for the different electoral areas. So the activity report, the RDOS review, so the review of rural growth areas, amendment options and P&D presentation in Q2, consultation plan to the board, presentations to member municipalities, and the finalization of amendment bylaw. So the upcoming activities is our agency referrals and public information meetings in Q3. Electoral Area G OCP project, focus groups completed, draft of OCP bylaw completed, consultation overview, policy changes and subdivision impacts to go to the P&D committee in Q3, public open houses in Headley and Olalla for Q3. So upcoming activities, again, agency referrals in Q3 and first reading at the August board meeting. So electoral area E OCP review. So we're going to look at, we got some community engagement, public open houses, and community surveys, Q2. Upcoming activities, drafting of new OCP bylaw in Q3. So the zoning, this is a big one, the zoning bylaw review. We had adoption project completed. That should make it a lot easier for the public, having a single bylaw to go to. Subdivision servicing bylaw review, finalize water and sewer schedules in Q3, P&D presentation in Q3. So the environmentally sensitive DP area review, ministry staff presentation in Q2, upcoming activities, ongoing meetings with ministry staff Q3 to Q4, metal storage containers regulation review, that project was completed. The noise bylaw review, decibel version of the bylaw presented to the P&D committee in Q2, and the upcoming activities are first, second, and third reading and adoption Q3. So Falder zone review, project deferred pending completion of a Meadow Valley aquifer study. No activities planned for Q2 or Q3. West Bench geotechnical review, project completed. WDP update, that was for the retroactive developments that was noted previously in the building side of things on the board action tracker update. The project was completed. Delegated development variance permits, project completed. Temporary farm working housing, TUP policies, project completed. Soil removal and deposition bylaw project for Area F. Bylaw drafting Q2, Q3, upcoming activities, a presentation of the P&D committee. The termination of land use contract number LU 6-D, discussions with the province remain ongoing. And questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Petrie. Well done. One item I'd like to know if you could make the presentation available to the board. We kind of skipped through the first part of it in a bit of a rush there.
Yes, yeah, my apologies for that, and we definitely could.
Thank you very much, sir. First questions, Director Gettins, please.
Thank you to the chair. I just have a few questions about the Meadow Valley Aquifer study. I just wanted to get an update on that because I understood that initially the consultants were going to come to committee or to the board today to share that report, and that's not happening. So can I just get an update as to where we are and what's happening with that, please?
Mr. Petrie, sir.
I'm going to have to defer that to Chris Garrish, who's unfortunately away. I don't have the background knowledge on that. Possibly Bill would have a better background.
Mr. Newell, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are in the process of reviewing a first submission on the Meadow Valley Aquifer report. We've already been asking the consultant for additional information that they were supposed to provide that we didn't see in the report. So once we get a holistic review, we always like to get our manager of finance to look at the implications, the financial implications of studies. We have the implications on the operation of the water system that we have out in the Falder area. So we haven't had a chance to fully review that. So we did put off the consultants for a future meeting, Mr. Chair. We believe that we might be able to get them in on August 4th. We just have to see if they're available. If not, it would be August 21st, or sorry, August 18th.
Thank you very much, CAO Newell. Director Gettins, does that satisfy you?
Yeah, it does. It would be great to see a copy of that report. There's quite a few people, of course, waiting for that report because that then goes into the zoning review. And I just need to also get clarity on the zoning review because I've heard from citizens that they've been advised that there is a moratorium. And I just need clarification on how that happens because I thought the moratorium had to come from the board as far as seeing any more rezoning applications. So can I just get a public clarification on that, please? If somebody puts in an application to rezone a property on the Meadow Valley Aquifer, is that application going to come forward to the board or is it not going to come forward to the board?
Thank you, Director Gettins. I believe that one probably should go to CAO Newell.
Yeah, we're not bringing anything forward to the board that would create any further stress on the aquifer until we get this report into the board, Mr. Chair. So depending on what the application is, if it's an existing lot and they're already in the Falder Water Service, then if they just need a rezoning, but they're already drawing water, that would have no impact on the aquifer. If they're outside of the Falder water system, they can go ahead and apply for a residential well anyway. But if it's somebody that wants to subdivide to create additional lots, that would put additional pressure on the aquifer. We would not support that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newell. Any other questions for Mr. Petrie? Director Coyne, please.
Yeah, Mark, the question I have is to do with the lot out on Highway 5A that is ongoing, unsightly, untidy. Do you know where that sits? We thought that was going to go to court last August, and
Uh,
Mr. Petrie, sir?
yeah, so are we talking about, I believe, the Hart file?
Yep.
So yes, that one was delayed due to the availability of a judge. It continues to be delayed. The most recent update I have off the top of my head was about a month ago. They were scheduled for a court date, and it was again delayed through lack of availability of either court space or a judge.
Thank you, sir. CAO Newell, I see your hand up still.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I'll take that down.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettins, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question about the noise bylaw that I emailed to Mr. Petrie only yesterday. I don't know if it's better to ask it in committee or at the board meeting when we review the noise bylaw, but just in case it should come to committee. We don't have, the old bylaw had a grandfathering clause for industrial and commercial activity, and that's not in the current bylaw. And I'm just wondering, Mark, recognizing you've had no time to get an answer, just what the process is on that and ensuring that industrial areas are grandfathered in, because I think that would also include farming activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gettins. Mr. Petrie, sir?
Yeah, I believe under the new bylaw, the farming activities are protected under the Right to Farm Act. There is a clause within that bylaw, but the industrial area does have a very specific activity district designation where there is a decibel rating. That being said, if you had so there would be limits placed on new industrial or commercial projects. That being said, I'd have to get clarification if there'd be grandfathering rights to existing commercial or industrial areas that then had the new bylaw subjected to it.
Okay, thank you. Just as a follow-up, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just specifically asking, of course, about Peter Brothers up in Area F, and just what does this bylaw mean to Peter Brothers, or how does it impact Peter Brothers?
Mr. Petrie, sir?
Yes, good question. Yeah, we would have to get some clarification from our legal team to see exactly whether they would have those existing non-conforming rights.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Petrie? I'm not seeing any other hands waving, so I thank you very much, sir, for your presentation, and we will move along. Second item up is the electoral area G OCP bylaw number 2975, summary of significant policy changes. CAO Newell, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So before we bring any OCP into committee or the board for discussion, we are obligated by your current policies to come in and discuss the transition from the current bylaw to the what we propose for the revised bylaw. And obviously with Area G, we don't have an existing bylaw right now, so everything is new. And then we're also obligated to bring in how we're consulting with the public on a bylaw so that the board has comfort with that. So without Mr. Garish, we do have Nikita Ketterpaul that is on that file. So I believe she's able to present on both of those issues, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I won't strangle the name, so would you go ahead, please?
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Okay. So before diving into the policies, I just want to give a brief background of the project. So in 2019, the Regional District conducted a Let's Talk Land Use engagement campaign in the electoral area G to determine whether there was any community support to have an official community plan in place. The results indicated that the community did want a say in land use matters in area G, and there was support for an OCP. So in the 2020 budget, the OCP project was included and a consultant awarded a contract in the end of 2020, a citizens committee appointed in 2021. And from that point onwards until now, we've done community research, background research, multiple surveys and open houses, and drafted the first bylaw. So regarding the first official community plan consultation policy, the Local Government Act states that there must be early and ongoing consultation regarding an OCP with organizations, authorities, and persons that may be impacted and affected by the OCP bylaw. And the regional district's board policy also states that prior to any first reading of the OCP bylaw, the board must receive a report, a staff report that summarizes the consultation undertaken in relation to the bylaw and to determine if any additional public consultation is required. So with regards to the Area G OCP, primarily in the beginning of the process in the summer of 2021, the consultation was primarily virtual and online, although we did we did send out lots of mailers and postcards out into the community, but the online engagement efforts involved surveys and online open houses and multiple meetings with the Citizens Advisory Committee. But moving on towards the fall of 2022 and 2021 and up until now, we progressed on to more in-person engagement events where we met with the community, held coffee morning sessions where there were just casual opportunities for the public to come out and meet the project team and the area director. We held open houses to talk about the engagement results that we had received. We also had open houses held to discuss the draft OCP with the community, and we also made use of online media such as Facebook and also published regular updates on Wyant Alert and Regional Connections. We also posted information about the open houses on the Village of Kearney's sign on the highway. So that's the picture on the right. So just in conclusion, we believe that the consultation that has been undertaken in preparation of the draft OCP is appropriate for the purposes of the Local Government Act, as well as for the board's official community plan bylaw consultation policy.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Definitely a huge undertaking. Well done. Any questions for Nikita, please? I'm not seeing any, so I would consider your report done. Thank you very much again. That being said, we move on to item number 3. And again, Area G OCP bylaw summary of consultations. CAO Newell, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We were a bit out of order there. I think we are, that was the consultation report. So we'll just go into the transition report now.
Thank you, sir. Back to Nikita, I assume?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Nikita.
Okay. Yes, so with regards to land use bylaw transition policy, the policy states that, again, prior to first reading of an OCP bylaw, the board must be informed of any significant policy changes that the OCP would introduce, and also inform if any current subdivision applications would be affected by the proposed OCP. So with regards to subdivisions getting impacted by the Area G OCP, we note that the OCP is not a regulatory document, it's a policy document, and it does not propose any zoning or regulations, and hence no subdivisions would be impacted by this document. Further, the OCP is not proposing any development permit area designations, and hence that would not impact any active subdivisions that the RDOS has right now. In terms of significant policy changes, since Area G has no current OCP in place, this would be the first one that is being introduced. The entire OCP is seen to be a significant policy change for Area G. So the Section 473 of the Local Government Act states that any OCP that's introduced for an area must include statements regarding the residential development that must be required to meet the housing needs in the community. It also must identify lands that could be used for commercial, industrial, agricultural, recreational uses, identify any hazardous lands, and contain statements regarding infrastructure and greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So the OCP does introduce, the Area G OCP does introduce all of these sections and have statements regarding to that. Staff worked on preparing a land use designation map as well that you can see on this slide we've just kept some zoomed in snapshots of the community of Headley and the rural Keremeos area that shows the various land use designations. The OCP does contain a community profile section that provides a snapshot into the housing stock and the population of Area G, which shows that the primary housing typology are single detached dwelling units. Again, to address the legislative requirement of talking about housing needs, we have a growth management section in the OCP that we run scenarios of a medium growth to a negative growth and identify how many housing units may be required to accommodate that kind of growth. The growth management section also has supportive policies to direct residential growth in existing settlement areas in Area G, such as in Headley, Olalla, and Village of Keremeos and the fringe of Keremeos. Some policies that you wanted to highlight for the committee's benefit are that large-scale industrial projects are encouraged to relocate to areas that have services such as Princeton or the Village of Keremeos. Parkland dedication is encouraged to be focused upon greenways and parks and for lake access. And development in flood-prone areas is encouraged to comply with provincial guidelines. And there are also supportive policies speaking to improving water and sewer infrastructure within the community of Headley. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catapult. Any questions for Nikita, please? Not seeing any. Oh, wait a minute. Director Roberts, please.
Thank you to the chair. I just wanted to state my thanks and appreciation to Nikita and Chris, the fabulous job that they have done. We started at a little bit of a slow pace dealing with the contractor that, dealing through distance and with virtual technology through COVID, which was quite challenging and meeting the needs of being face to face with the community. And ever since it's gone in-house, Nikita and Chris have done an absolutely amazing job. And it's been a real joy working with them. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you very much, Director Roberts. Any other questions for Nikita? Mayor Bauer, please, or Director Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. On that last slide, it said something about the policy to designate large-scale industries to the town of Princeton and to the village of Keremeos. Can you elaborate on that one? Because we only have 2 square kilometers. I'm not sure that you can allocate any industrial areas, period.
Thank you. Ms. Catapult.
So just for clarification, we're not proposing to designate any new lands in Princeton and Keremeos for industrial operations. We are encouraging any other new proposals that come for industrial development to try and locate an existing industrial lands in areas that have services that can accommodate to their needs better than perhaps Headley, where we don't have the right kind of infrastructure to support that kind of big industrial development. So we're not proposing any new lands to be designated as industrial.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Any other any other questions from the directors, please? I'm not seeing any, or any in the boardroom by any chance. I can't see the boardroom.
Nothing here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Catterfall. An excellent report. Well, that brings the end of the items for the Planning and Development Committee. So I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Director Roberts, second. Director Rhodes, all in favor? All right, any opposed? Seeing none, thank you very much. Back to Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you, Director Knodel. That brings us to Protective Services Committee, and I will go to Director Roberts to chair this one. Please go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I'd like to see is there a motion to accept the agenda for Protective Services? This is Director Robertson and Director Bauer. All in favor? Any against? Well, thank you. We'll move on to CAO Newell.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I should have mentioned this when we were in the Planning Development Committee, but because this is the second meeting after the end of the quarter, this is when we produce all of our activity reports in all of our 5 committees. So for the Protective Services Committee, we have a report basically deals mostly with emergency management, but also anything else in the emergency management or protective services realm. So we're going to get Mr. Woods to just give a highlights of his report, Mr. Chair, and then of course if there are any questions. And always, if members of committee don't see something on there they expected to see, or if they need more information on something we're reporting on, then please ask. But we should go to Mr. Woods, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so as I said, I'll just hit the highlights here, and by all means, as always, you can circle back and we can get into more detail offline for any of the members. So just going back to Q2, some of the bigger items that we started working on, our projects division started working with a few of the fire departments on projects that have been going on with their fire halls, and a number of really exciting expansions happening there. So we're providing them with some assistance on that capital upgrade process. Some cases it involves tenure, some cases it involves putting bid packages together. So just providing some support there. The newest one, of course, is Willowbrook, working with the chief there and the department on doing expansion, an extension to their provincial tenure, and also a tower upgrade for the 911 services in that service area. We also are continuing to work with the Apex Fire Department, newly formed this year. That's also a provincial tenure up in the Apex area. So very exciting project there. A lot of big steps happening, and just keeping the community apprised of that through the fire department. They're doing an amazing job being a new department with the RDOS. So lots of action there. No construction until next year, but it's incredible how many steps need to occur just to get us out of the ground, so to speak, especially when it involves Crown land. So we keep working on that one, Chair. Couple of the highlights, just thinking about emergency preparedness coming out of last year with such a devastating season with the flooding. We did a lot of work on the really preparedness and communication with the public. Lots of conversations with folks and informing folks of sand and sandbag locations and other preparedness measures that they can take in. We kicked off our training metrics throughout the region in January. At this point, we're up over 300 individuals that have been trained through the program in a variety of specialties within emergency management, which you can see in the matrix there. And just moving forward into the next quarter, Chair, we have lots of activities taking place within the Fire Smart program with Carrie Reese and the 2 fire specialists, wildfire specialists that we have working with them. Again, there's some statistics there on some of the locations where they've been out to running some of those programs. Lots of interest from the communities to look at starting up Fire Smart committees, which is really the objective of this program under the province, is to try and stimulate that interest in neighborhoods and communities so that they can roll that program on for years to come. We are also working on one of the board's key objectives is an update to the telecommunications study, and that's our emergency telecommunications. So that's everything from our towers at the top of the mountains right down to the towers on the fire halls, which feed all those services. You recall, Chair, we've got a 911 contract, we've got a fire dispatch contract. The majority of that communication with respect to fire all feeds through that 911 system and those towers. So about 10 years ago, we completed a study, gave us some significant steps moving forward in upgrades and really the standards of the day. So this study will do that again. It'll look at any of the changes that have happened in technology, certainly do a deeper dive into the needs of the local fire services. And we should have that out to tender in the coming weeks, Chair. And with that, I'll leave it. I know there's lots on the agenda, so if there's any questions, certainly happy to take those.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Any questions for Mr. Woods? I see Director Knodel.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd just like to convey the good wishes from Chief Anala on a very smooth transition that you've done for his expansion. The tower issue came to light the other day on a call. We had terrible communications, and that we're really looking forward to that being done too. It will definitely help out considerably. Once again, thank you from Chief Anala. Bye.
Thank you, Director Knodel. Any other questions? I see Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, Mark, I might have missed it there trying to get through this stuff. Are we going to review the terms of reference of the emergency management thing?
Mr. Woods.
Yes, Chair, that is the next item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions in regards to the material that's in front of us at this moment? Well, I have a couple of questions for Mr. Woods. Just a quick one. I know with all the good work that's happening with a lot of the developments and fire hall expansions and builds, and I know we've discussed in the past, I'm trying to find a way forward in regards to the land study for the Keremeos Volunteer Fire Department. I was last in discussion with the chief and that they were still looking for reference material under the sorry, that a brain fart there. In regards to what is expected and required, and I was wondering whether or not at any point in time is the regional staff providing information in regards to fire standards, etc., around the need around land. Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Yeah, there's certainly been some steps taken in Keremeos in the past years. A number of years ago, the regional district hired a consulting service that specializes in that. Study was done. A number of locations were targeted. It looks at everything from call proximity, or really call statistics, and then the proximity of the site. This all stemmed from the fact that the current location is in a location that's downtown, but right on a highway location, which brought some challenges and issues. And obviously the site or the location itself was also a little small for what they needed. So there were at least two sites location, one specifically identified as a location that could be looked at. That of course just did not move ahead. It just wasn't something that was added into the budget, but we can certainly share any of the information that has been compiled over the years with the department, and they can take that into consideration moving forward for budget planning.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. And my second and last question, and again, understanding the good work that the Fire Smart program has been able to facilitate with community groups. I'm wondering whether or not there's any discussion, because again, the Fire Smart is specifically about dealing with the private residence property. But again, as the province is moving forward with plans around buffer zones and issues around communities such as Headley, Olalla, these kinds of communities, with the issue that we've seen in the past with Lytton, is the Fire Smart or other parts of emergency services kind of blend in with discussions with the province around that kind of fire smarting that leads us into Crown land, which is of course not our jurisdiction? Thank you. Mr. Woods.
Yes, traditionally, I shouldn't say traditionally, but for many years, the province had initiatives that would allow local governments to embark on fuel mitigation on Crown land on their behalf. That program came to an end when they introduced the most current Fire Smart program that we're in now, which is 2 years old. It's not that we can't move that needle forward. It's inevitable when any community starts to look at the fuel that's behind their neighborhood, they'll identify the risk. And all the work that we've already done as an organization with our community wildfire protection plan and all of the fuel analysis that's been done, it still is relevant and certainly available to anybody that wishes to look at it. And that includes the province. So we do have the province come back to us from time to time and ask us about the work. And there are postage stamps, if you will, all over the region where fuel's been modified, and certainly we saw with the Christie Mountain fire, where that fire came close to Heritage Hills. It ran into one of those locations and it worked. We know from the registered professional forester and the specialists that were involved in that they could see that actually worked. So those examples are there, and we certainly make those available. But the new program is it's gone back to the province, and the province is, in our understanding, is taking steps to go after the highest risk zones. In fact, we just had a referral come across our desk that's for the Campbell Mountain area in Penticton, which is being done through the Vernon district of the province. So, good to see that those steps are being taken by the province. But I think, we all know more can be done. It's certainly something that we can keep launching back to the province to advocate for. But the other mechanism we have is the South Okanagan-Similkameen Wildfire Preparedness Committee, which is a mouthful, and that's any agency, ourselves included, local governments, First Nations, provincial agencies that are in a position that can utilize funding and actually modify fuel. So that group meets, and it's coordinated by Carrie Reese, our Fire Smart coordinator, to bring all the stakeholders in that are in a position to make those applications to then go towards those highest priority areas. So, that group as well can advocate up to the province to push the agenda. But I think it's certainly still a challenge in these neighborhoods where fuel has just got to be modified in some way. But today it rests with the province.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. So in regards to that, as a follow-up, as the director looking at communities which are surrounded by a lot of debris and fuel like Headley and Olalla, how would I go about, or how would the community fire smart groups find out where they sit on a provincial list, as you've stated, Campbell Mountain? Mr. Woods?
Yeah, I think one mechanism would be for us to just point the question right to the province and say, what's the strategy for our region? What are you looking at next? That agency representative group that I talked about, the committee, really they sit at the table. So we could launch that in as an agenda topic to say what's on the list today and what's the next 5 years look like, and try and get some answers that way. Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Woods, and Carrie will get a call from me shortly. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Woods from the material that we've seen so far? I see Director Coyne Sr.
Here again, maybe I missed this, but I was waiting for the report to the after action review that we did on the atmospheric river. We haven't seen that yet.
Mr. Woods?
Yes, that's out. That's going out to the consultant to start that process to do the engagement. I know that the town of Princeton has undertaken theirs. I believe ours has begun, Chair. And then the intention is to go through what we would traditionally see as sort of a post review of all the steps related to the EOC and then back to the board. But the town of Princeton's, I know we've been through that. And I think we have an extension to that, Chair, for our rural communities. But I can follow up to get a definitive answer for you, sir.
I see a follow-up from Mr. Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, we did that 2 months ago, that we talked to the consultants, and we were expecting a report back about 2 meetings ago is when I was led to believe that we would see that report, that it, so I'm just waiting, like, we haven't heard anything, so I'm just curious of where it is.
Mr. Woods, could you speak to that? And I did as
Yeah.
well speak with that consultant.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll follow up, Chair, and we'll get an email out informing the full board on exactly where we're at with that.
Okay, last hand I saw was, oh, nope, okay, never mind. Any other, as where we're at right now, because we need to move into the next report on terms of reference? CAO Newell, should we move on to the next part of the presentation?
Yes, we should, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Woods, could you carry on for us?
Oh, that's me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, there you go. Opa.
Thanks. So in the 2022 business plan and the 2022 budget, we have a project identified to review our emergency management program, and that came out of the 2021 strategic planning workshop that the board did. And we had brought in draft terms of reference to committee a couple meetings ago, and we had a gap as to what committee was expecting and what was in the terms of reference. We had the June 30th workshop to talk about the proposed study. And now we're coming back, Mr. Chair, with a revised terms of reference. And I want to get right into that. That's on page 3 of your administrative report that was sent out with the agenda. And just as a general comment, I mean, this regional emergency management program was developed back in 2006. That's when the establishment bylaw was ratified. And there's been significant changes in not only climate change, but in the nature of the events that are impacting local governments. And certainly for us, over the last 5 years, the severity of events, the duration of events, and just the nature of the response required is significantly different than I think what the regional district was facing back in 2006. So we do need a really robust review of our program. So it's important that we get the terms of reference right so that we cover that. One of the things identified at the June 30th workshop is that we wanted to conduct a citizen perception survey about the emergency management program. So that now is bullet number 1 under project specifications. We haven't done that before. Typically, when you get an after action report or any sort of a review of emergency management program, it really is about those involved in the response. When the program was developed back in 2006, I mean, certainly it was focused on preparedness and response. And now those other 2 pillars of the Sendai framework, as far as the recovery and mitigation, we haven't really fully got there yet. We budget in the emergency management program for training, exercising, and preparedness for events. And then when a response hits, we more or less rely on the provincial government through EMBC to fund that response for us. We don't have a program for recovery, and we certainly don't have a program for mitigation. We've talked about flood management services before, and we haven't, just with the sheer nature of the cost of those, the board hasn't gone there. So those are some of the questions we're going to have to face, and maybe we can get something out of this public perception survey part of the study that will help the board come to a decision on that side of emergency management down the road. So we think that's important, And as with all of our services, in the end, it comes down to money. We're asking our citizens, first of all, if they want a service, and then if they want to pay for it. And then we talk about how we're going to recover the money, and they get to vote on that. So this public perception survey would give us a good indication of what our citizens think about emergency management. And I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, do we want to go right through each of these, or do you want to talk about each of these points as we go through? Make sure that we've captured it.
If you could go through on a point form, and then if there's any questions or people need to dig deeper, then we can see what the response from the other directors. Does that sound fair?
Super. Yeah, that's good for me. So always part of a study, there's lots of information already done. You don't want the consultants in a new study coming out and redoing all of that. So they have to do a literature search, and we'll present them with all of the information and studies that we have, but we certainly don't want them discounting what's already in place. So the literature search is just a given that they would be required to do that. The other thing they're going to have to do, and I'm not sure how many consultants out there are familiar with the regional district form of government, but our budgeting system, our financial system is significantly different probably from what they've seen, where we'll have a small group of ratepayers that will be expected to cover huge expenses like mitigation program or a flood management service or a storm drainage service or any of those other things that cover large areas, but only have a few people. So that's going to be a challenge, and we want them to look at that carefully and make sure that they take that into account. So that is the second bullet. And then the other part of that would be, let's see what other regional districts or local governments are doing in their emergency management programs. And we have to focus more on regional districts that have a regional format. We have our 15 different jurisdictions, and that is often interesting when it comes to citizens throughout the regional district paying into a regional program. So all of those things we think are important, and we want to make sure that we hit that. The third bullet we have is that we need to consider this whole climate change issue and the change in emergency management and the nature of events that are annual for us now. The types of floods and fires that I think all regional districts are experiencing really is changing the face of emergency response. And we need that information as to where we need to go rather than just where we've been. So yes, let's do some benchmarking, see what everybody else is doing, but let's get some professional advice on what we need to do in response to where Mother Nature is taking us, and what we need to do in order to prepare a good holistic response, not just preparedness and response, but the whole 4 factors of the Sende framework. And then we'll see if we can do it. The other thing is all the other partners, and the board members keyed on this at the June 30th workshop, is that we need to get input from all of the partners that are involved in an emergency response. It's just not the people sitting in the Emergency Operations Center. We have so many other players now, and often we'll see them in the Emergency Operations Center, but part of the extended team rather than the core team. So sure, let's talk with our fire departments, let's talk with the RCMP, emergency support services. Alert animals are becoming such a bigger part of emergency response in rural areas. All of the provincial agencies that we interact with on a regular basis during an event, like the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, like FLNRO, Environment, Permitting is a huge issue for us during an event. So we need to identify all of those stakeholders or partners and make sure that we're including them in the discussions around where the emergency management program is going. So we think we've covered that in this bullet number 4. And then the other thing that the board keyed on during the June 30th workshop was the whole issue about communications. That, of course, is always an issue during emergency response. We don't seem to be keeping up with what the public expects or the board expects. And of course, some of the provincial agencies that provide site management. So in the case of a wildfire, we know that BC Wildfire is going to be the site manager, usually through a unified response. We don't get as much information from them as we used to. When we used to have a wildfire, we'd have somebody from BC Wildfire sitting right in the EOC, helping us with the mapping and trying to predict where the fires are going to go, which ravines are going to go up, which mountains they're going to go over, where there's going to be an interface. You know, right now, they tell us to look on their webpage, just like everybody else does, to find out what's going on with our fires. It's a changing dynamic as far as getting infrastructure or communication. With floods, which have become regular for us now, we don't really have a site management, like we don't have a capability within the regional district organization that does flood management. So we then have to rely on other agencies or contractors to provide that service for us. And of course, it's a mixed bag right now. Sometimes we use our poor fire departments that are sort of first on the scene. In 2017-18, we used contractors. So it has been an ever-changing challenge to find out who's going to be a site manager during a flood, depending on what the nature of the flood is. So we need to investigate all of that. And then we believe we've got that covered in that bullet number 4. Just how we respond, just getting the capacity to respond during extended events has been a challenge. So the whole capacity issue and cost allocation, our fire departments have asked, how can we play a bigger role without getting any more money charged to our fire department budgets? Well, we haven't figured that one out yet, because that's the model that we use. When regional district staff attend at the EOC, we charge their cost just to their normal program. So we need some advice on whether we need to change that up or not. And we have other organizations now, like our member municipalities, that are staffing up for emergency management because they're feeling the same pressures. So how does that fit into the regional emergency management program? We believe we've got that captured under that 5th bullet. And then the whole question of what's an emergency operations center responsibility and what's site management. So with the regional district, we have 15 different jurisdictions. We can often have all of our 9 electoral areas and some of our member municipalities under a state or local emergency. So can we set up an EOC in each of those jurisdictions? No, we can't do that. We just don't have the resources. So the Emergency Operations Center responsibility is to support site. They're going to be the first responders, and they're going to tell a local government whether they need support or not, if that's outside of their capabilities. And then the EOC activates, and we provide support for site and do the future planning for site in the Emergency Operations Center. So for a regional district, we are sort of locked in on one location for an Emergency Operations Center. We can support member municipalities who are also setting up Emergency Operations Center, but we can't be out in each of our 15 jurisdictions setting up with regional district staff on Emergency Operations Center. The liaison role becomes more important and the communication role becomes more important. But that's what we'd like some professional advice on, is just how are we going to set up for this in the future? Second last one, Mr. Chair, we want to know what the core functions of the emergency management program should be, and if we can get standards that we should be trying to meet with regards to capacity, that would be good. And then ESS is becoming a huge factor. So emergency support services is becoming more and more of a factor in emergency management. And we have such good volunteers that we want to make sure that we use them most effectively. And when you have competing jurisdictions that are using the same volunteers, you know that that can lead to difficulties. So we need, we've identified that we want to review the emergency support services and how they are on call and how they respond. So that's what we got, Mr. Chair. So open for questions.
Okay, thank you, CAO Newell. Director Coyne Senior.
Yeah, Bill, I agree with pretty much everything you've said there. I think that that's a really broader view than what we started off with, and I think it's gonna deal with the issues as they come about. The one that concerned me was second to last bullet point, and examine the core functions of the RDOS emergency program and determine if policies, procedures, and staffing are meeting current industry standards. That's the one that I don't like. What I don't like about it is that are we excuse me on this, are we meeting current industry standards? Whereas I think in my mind, what I'd like to see there, are we meeting current requirements? Because every department that you talk to during those emergencies that we just all lived through, the biggest complaint that every agency that we talk to is we don't have staffing for that. So if the industry standard is to not have enough people to do the job, maybe it's time to become a leader and make sure we have enough people to do the job. That's, I don't want to limit it to being the industry standard of not having enough. Does that make any sense?
CAO Newell?
Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Chair. We'll add that in. What we were talking about, I think, when we were talking about industry standards is most organizations now, I think, are moving to the four pillars. So they'll have preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation covered within their emergency management policies. We had a discussion about, you know, who's going to fill the sandbags when we're on alert for flooding. So right now, our policy is we provide the sandbags, and EMBC used to provide sand. They don't provide sand anymore. We provide sand, but we don't provide, unless we're in the middle of an event and we're getting BC wildfire or some other, in 2017-18, we had the Canadian Forces helping us fill sandbags. Unless we're developing a sandbag station, we don't have, just on the spur of the moment, staff or an agency that is set up to go out and help a group of volunteers fill sandbags. We place piles of sand and bundles of bags out around the regional district, but we don't do much more than that. So that's where we were saying, okay, we need to look at these policies that we have and see if we need to change it. So that was the standard. Our standard right now, sandbags. Do we need to go further than that? That's what we need to know. What does everybody else do? How do they do it? So that was the intent.
Thank you,
Maybe-
CAO Newell. And I just also like to add the very extensive list that you've got there, and I really appreciate the work putting that together. Do you have maybe a couple more questions, or just one? We're running out of time or over time, so because again, we can also touch base with questions on our own to CAO Newell or Mr. Woods. Oh, Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out before we leave that I did get a follow-up, and the after action report is back to the consultant for a final draft, and we'll get that to the board as soon as we have it. So I would expect that would be the second meeting in August.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Appreciate it. Can I see a motion to adjourn?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I thought we were just on the terms of reference. I did also want to point out just below the terms of reference part, I've included our rating scale for how we choose consultants. So when we finish the specifications, we'll go out for proposals. Those proposals are different from a tender. In a tender, really, price is the only variable. So we go with low price. On a proposal, it's more subjective, and I want to make sure that committee is comfortable with how we set that and how you would like to rate or weight. So you can see we have a bunch of standard things that we check and make sure on before we award to any consultant. But really, it's step 2. So we look at the nature of the proponent, like who's actually going to be involved in the study. So that's where we do qualifications of the firm, who's going to be the project manager. We do reference checks, see how many resources they've got, make sure they've got the resources to carry out the study. And we go between 15 and 30 points on that. This is out of 100. The second part is we always look at their methodology, how they're going to carry it out, whether that includes consultation and whether their schedule meets what we're expecting from a schedule, and then how they are going to involve their whole team, make sure they've got all the aspects of a study, and then whether it's just a good proposal or not. And then the last part of call for proposals is price, and that's not usually the primary driver for selection in a call for proposal where we're buying services and expertise, but nevertheless, it's a factor. So that is also, and then we've got a formula there as to how we allocate points on that. And usually there will be a team assembled to do the evaluation on all of the proposals that come in, but we weight them. So we haven't weighted this study yet. I'm not sure what that would look like at the end, but usually just on the quality of the team, we rate that between 15 and 30. We put the highest weighting on the proposal itself as to what methodology they're going to use, how they're going to allocate their team time, the clarity of the proposal, the scheduling, that sort of stuff. And then usually one of the lowest parts of that is the price. So if there's any thoughts on weighting on that, Mr. Chair, or just for information, this is how we select.
Thank you, CAO Newell. Any responses in regards to that last statement? Not seeing any. It looks like it's quite thorough, and your weight's correct in regards to like what you have, proposal versus proponent, and then having price at the last. So it looks good to me, and I don't see any other comments. Look for some hands.
So I'll make that, sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll make that one final change on that second last bullet from Director Coyne, and then you'll see this again in 2 weeks when it comes from committee to the board.
Excellent. Look forward to it. All right, not seeing any hands. Anything else, CAO Newell?
No, not on this, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Can I see, is there a motion to adjourn the Protective Service? Director Robertson and Director Rhodes. All in favor? Any against? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll move this back to the chair.
Thank you, Director Roberts. That brings us to the Corporate Services Committee. And we do have an agenda in front of us. We had a request, though, to move item D to the front of that agenda, just because one of the members has to leave a bit early. So having that, with that change, is there anybody willing to make the motion to adopt the agenda? Move, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we will jump straight into item D, which is the first now, and the Q2 budget variance report, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Along with the activity reports at the end of each quarter, what we like to do, especially at the end of the second quarter, because now we're halfway through the year, is to go back and look at the 2022 budget and compare it to actual. And Mr. Sfino has prepared his second quarter report comparing budget to actual, and we can ask him to just highlight any of the concerns, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Mr. Sfino. Please go ahead. Is he with us?
Thank you. I'm off mute now. I wasn't able to.
We hear you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I went through all of the 156 services that that the regional district provides. Of that, we are 98% on budget. There are 3 that are forecasted to be over. The first one is the fire protection for West Bench, Sage Mesa, and Hazula. That one there is a contract that the regional district has with the city of Penticton. And for 2022 budget, the costs did go up so that I'm projecting a deficit for the 2022 year. The 2 reasons are there are increased costs, and I'm seeing across the board, obviously the fire department is probably more material increase than others. However, the other reason there's an increase is that the assessments for the West Bench area was higher than the Penticton and the PIB, who are also part of this contract, which means that the West Bench area for the fire protection has to pay a higher burden than they did in previous years. So this is something that it's common for the city of Penticton. They were the lowest increases in total assessments for 2022 when you compare it with the rest of the total regional district. Just a heads up on this one. It has not been paid yet. I've asked Penticton already once to review it. They have. They sent it back. I'm reviewing it again to make sure that everything is correct. The formula they applied is correct. There is a compounding factor. Is higher the increase, the more the administration charge is. And they're following their policy. I looked at the contract. The contract was followed. It was. However, as just to restate, it hasn't been paid yet. I am looking at it, and we'll be talking to the finance department for the city of Penticton shortly. The other one was the Oliver refuse disposal. It does have projected deficit. However, it can be handled with the operational reserves that are now within that budget. And the other one is the OK Falls sewer disposal. Again, it's a small deficit, but I don't see it being carried forward to 2023 because we can adjust the transfers to the reserves. Overall, I'm seeing a good budget. The budgets that staff provided finance is, I think it's going to be very good this year. And one of the changes that the board did make with the surpluses going to the budget, going to the reserves, it's no longer being used to reduce the taxes at the material level that it used to be. So I'm projecting a good 2022 year. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zaffino. I see a hand from Director Gettens. Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks for adjusting the agenda as well. So I do have to step out a little bit early today, but I will be back. Just on the fire protection course with West Bench, I'm wondering, Mr. Zaffino, if you can share what the increased expenses are, or is it just a general increase overall, or was there a special purchase? And then also, if you can let us know what the new admin charge is, please.
So it's overall, it's nothing specific. It's just general increases throughout, which is something common through in our own expenses too. And as far as administration goes, it's not an increase. It's just continuing. There's in the contract, it's their administration costs will be charged as part of the contract. And it's common to other municipalities. The percentage they're charging us is 18%, which is similar to a lot of the municipalities throughout British Columbia.
Just as a follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So for clarity, but part of that cost to Area F residents is an admin charge for the regional district as well. Is that not correct?
Yes, there's an admin charge which is classified as one of the lowest tiers that the regional district has.
Yeah. And sorry, and how much is that?
I have it. Hold on. $8,863.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Zaffino on this? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands, so we'll move on to the next item, which is the Q2 activity reports. CAO.
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. Chair, on agenda? We do have one delegation that's your number E on your agenda from electoral area D.
Correct.
And the rest of our administrative items, we can adjust
Sure.
Based on time, but I'd like to get, and I saw that Mr. Taylor was already on, so I'd like to ask if we could move the Area D study up so that they have their full time.
Not a problem. I don't think the board is against that. I will then go to Mr. Taylor. Are you available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning to the chair and RDOS Board of Directors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Like many of you, I wear a couple of different hats, and so before the presentation proper, I'd like to provide a brief history of how we got here. The community of Okanagan Falls has long debated incorporation, as many of you know, with formal consideration last made in 1989. There have been several reconsiderations of governance in the community since then, but none has been recognized as part of an incorporation process, as is the case with this current study. So this study was requested in November 2020 in a letter to the RDOS board from the OFCA, the Community Association. A draft recommendation in that letter was made by the director, Ron Oberek, and thank you, director, afterwards, and was subsequently passed by your board. The chair of the day wrote the minister requesting a study in December 2020, and the minister responded with funding in March of 2021, with the committee being put in place in May of 2021. So my point in that brief digression is that the issue of incorporation is a very important one to the community of Okanagan Falls. So that said, I'll go ahead with our presentation, which is from the committee. Can you tell me how my understanding was you people, your staff had the presentation?
I will check. Do you have that, Adam?
We have a PowerPoint.
Okay. I think he's just sharing it now. It should be on your screen, so go ahead and just let him know when you want to advance the slides. So you can go to the next slide.
Next slide.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we're,
just give us a sec.
yeah, we're getting there. There we are. That's the one. Okay, if you can, next slide. So as you can see, this presentation is an overview of the service and boundary configuration study. It was prepared by our Vice Chair, Kay Medland, who is in the audience, and myself, and it's provided directly to yourselves. Next slide, please. So what I'll do here is the purpose of the service and boundary configuration study was sixfold. And I'm going to go into each one of these in more detail, but briefly. Firstly, to conduct an analysis of all the existing services provided in the electoral area, to obtain residents' opinions on those services, to obtain residents' opinions on the possibility of incorporation. Next slide. Fourthly, to develop potential municipal boundary configurations in the area. Fifth, to obtain residents' opinions on those potential boundary configurations. And finally, to recommend on the issue of whether there should be a further incorporation study, and if so, what that municipal boundary should be. Next slide, please. So to go through these in brief detail, the analysis of existing services provided within electoral area D looked at water, sewer, fire protection, policing, roads, administration, etc. There were a total of 14 services analyzed and reviewed. For each one of those, there was a fact sheet prepared. And as well, there were 3 insight papers prepared which described, for the benefit of the residents within the area, the different aspects of incorporation and how incorporation could possibly affect they or the delivery of those services. A summary of all this, each one of these fact sheets was 4 to 6 pages, and there were 14 of those, and there were 3 insight papers, but all of this information was summarized in quite a good summary that was mailed out to all of the residents of Area D. Next slide, please. Next, we obtained residents' opinion from all the residents in the electoral area through a series of open houses. We held 5 open houses. Each of these was a hybrid meeting, which allowed for both in-person and online participation. And it worked well. We used a smart board provided again by RDOS and our director, and that's very much effective and useful. Each of these open houses, as I say, focused on one separate community. So for instance, the first one focused, and the examples we used came from Vassal Lake. The next one, we focused on Heritage Hills. Then there was one on Skaha Estates, another on Upper Karmai, and finally on Okanagan Falls. Residents from throughout the area could attend any meeting they wanted, and some people attended more than one. But the examples we used, as I say, came from those particular areas, communities. After each one of these, we obtained feedback through a standardized feedback form from all of the attendees. And we also had one panel discussion, which I'll come to in the next session. Next slide, please. So the next purpose was to obtain residents' opinion on the possibility of incorporation. And certainly this was discussed in each of the open houses. But it was the focal point of a panel discussion, which was very interesting, with leaders of recently incorporated municipalities and as well our own area director. Next slide, please. The fourth purpose was to develop potential municipal boundary configurations within the electoral area. A total of 5 boundary options were developed, and these were developed through the use of technical analysis that was provided by the consultants, on key criteria that included land use and development, population, infrastructure and services, assessment and tax base, and initial community input. In each one of these areas, there were subcategories with, so for instance, land use has several items underneath it, as does population and infrastructure and services. We had feedback from our electoral area residents, and we also had committee input. Next slide, please. So from that, we had 4 boundary options that were based primarily on technical analysis. Option A was Okanagan Falls Townsite proper, with the sub-communities of Sun Valley and Rolling Hills, which are south and slightly east of the town center. So that was option A. Option B was that first Okanagan Falls option, plus East Side Road North and East Side Road South. Communities included in there include Heritage Hills, for example, in East Side Road North, and Scarlet Estates in East Side Road South. The third option was option C, which included Okanagan Falls in option A, plus Vassal Lake. Again, remembering we're only looking within Area D, so it only included the community on the east side of Vassal Lake. The fourth option was essentially the combination of those 3. So we had Okanagan Falls, plus East Side Road North and South, plus Vassal Lake. Next slide, please. To this, we added one additional option at the committee's recommendation, which was option E, all residential properties within the existing boundary of electoral area D. So clearly this included option D, but it also included the communities of Upper Carmi, the area that I would call McLean Creek Flats up on the plateau there, Old Caledon Road, Green Mountain Road, and residences in between. Next slide, please. The fifth purpose was to obtain residents' opinions on those 5 boundary configurations. To do that public engagement, a survey was mailed out to each residence in the area. It was accompanied by a summary document which summarized the 5 boundary options together with a brief analysis, if you will, of the attributes, pros and cons of each of these 5 areas. In the survey, input was requested for each of those 5 boundary options, and respondents had the option to respond either with hard copy, which was dropped off at our local OK Falls office or the downtown Penticton office, or provided online. The fact that the survey was ongoing was publicized through the media. We were grateful to the pickup we got from Castanet, Penticton, Herald, etc., as well as social media, posters throughout all of the communities, and email distribution to various Facebook groups, email groups, etc., that are within the area. Next slide, please. Our sixth purpose was to actually recommend whether a incorporation study should be undertaken as a next step and what municipal boundary that incorporation study should look at. To do this, we reviewed again the consultant's detailed technical analysis and also input from the survey, sliced and diced and analyzed, etc., by ourselves and by the consultants. There was, I would say, fairly rapid discussion and decision for an incorporation study to be done as a next step. There was extensive discussion and debate of more or less most options before finally arriving at a majority decision for a municipal boundary. Next slide, please. So our recommendations are twofold. First, that the Board of Directors of the RDOS request that the province of BC undertake the next step and fund an incorporation study. Next slide, please. And further, that that incorporation study be carried about on that the boundary for this incorporation study include the community of Okanagan Falls with the neighborhood of Sun Valley and Rolling Hills, the McLean Creek Flats area, certain properties just west of Okanagan Falls and on or just east of Highway 97, plus the communities of Heritage Hills, Lakeshore Highlands, Vintage Views, Golden Hills, and Skaha Estates, plus the eastern portion of Vassal Lake, which is currently in electoral area D. Next slide, please. So closing comments, after which I'd welcome your questions. But I really want to express our sincere thanks to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and also to the RDOS Board for the opportunity to have carried out the services and boundary configuration study that has led to these recommendations. And I think has also led to a much more informed population within the Area D residents on this issue. Finally, I'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks for the time and effort of staff, volunteers, and the electoral Area D residents, all of whom have contributed to these recommendations. And thank you as well to our director, Ron Oberick. So I would welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. I see a hand here from Director Traynor. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Mr. Taylor. Thank you for your presentation. I'm just wondering, you said in one of your slides back that a survey was sent out to all the residents in Area D. I'm just wondering what percentage of those residents responded?
On the survey? Sorry,
Yeah.
It was a little difficult to hear you. Yeah, okay. I say we sent, I'll be candid here, we sent out a survey. The effort was to send out a survey to every resident. We have been told that some residences did not receive a summary. So I want to acknowledge that. We did publicize it, however, and I think most residences could have known this. In terms of how many actually responded, we had approximately 508 responses.
Okay.
And how many residents are there in Area D?
Approximately 5,000.
5,000. Okay. And I just have one more question. You presented your final option that the board recommended. Was that one of the 5 options, or was that a mishmash of a couple of options? Like what was the final option closest to?
The final option was closest to option D with some adjustments.
Okay,
to
thank you.
include some sub-communities that were adjacent to or quite close to the boundary.
Thank you.
Okay, there's quite a few hands going here, but I'll start with Director Holmes and then Director Vasilaki. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering, in the study, did you look at other incorporated municipalities of a similar kind in BC, of a similar kind of population and geography, land area, and kind of looked at what was the norm and what kind of worked and what didn't?
No, I wouldn't say we as a committee did. We did through our open house, invite representation from more recent incorporations throughout the province. And we heard from the communities of Clearwater. Sorry, I can't remember the others. And somebody's got a weed whacker going on in the background, and it's distracting my rapt efforts to respond here. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Vasilaki, go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much. Thanks a
you're-
lot, Matt. It was a great presentation. I've heard parts of it previously with meetings that we've had. But I have a couple of questions. Number one, each different area of Area D, have you taken it each individually to see whether the residents of those areas were in favor of joining Okanagan Falls as a municipality, or they wanted to go elsewhere? And that's my number one question. And my number two question is, yeah, you're right. There sounds like a drill is going on here.
Yeah.
And my second question is, that is it definite that you will leave Upper Carmi alone and it won't be included in your present in the vote that the directors are going to be taken, or are you going to go back and request that come in as well? Because I would have an issue with that part of it, and I wouldn't be voting in favor of going forward if that was going to happen.
I'll answer the first question, the last question first.
Okay.
Our recommendation is pretty straightforward to you. Upper Carmi is not in it. We did make an observation in our report that there was interest within the community of Upper Carmi, and I may not be using the exact language that's in the report, but I think we suggested to RDOS and Penticton that there might be room for discussion with the residents of Upper Carmi, but that's a separate issue.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of, did we ask if in each residence, in each community, if they wanted to be part of a municipality with Okanagan Falls? You know, the survey is on page 162. I don't have the exact questions, you know, top of mind, Mayor Vasilaki. We did ask them specifically if they wanted to proceed with incorporation. And Okanagan Falls was a part of every option.
Okay, so the overall result was a combination of all the communities put together, not
Correct.
each individual area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, you can look at the data. There's only 500 responses. You can look at the data on a community by community basis. We can look at that data. I'm just saying,
Okay.
I don't have, you know, I don't have that indelibly printed on my mind.
Super, thank you.
All right. Thank you. I see a hand from Director Bush. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Kind of along the same lines as Director Vasilaki, I was just wondering why Carmi was left out.
Okay, I think there would be, the feeling was there would be challenges for dealing with Upper Carmi. It was not contiguous and with the rest of the area, and servicing would be provided largely through the city of Penticton. Our sense was there's interest there in incorporation for certain. We just didn't think that this this opportunity was the best place for it.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for Mr. Taylor? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So I think the challenge with establishing boundaries is that you want to have the tax base to support the infrastructure, and the bigger you go, the bigger tax base you have, but also the more infrastructure you need to support. And so the question is finding that balance. And so I'm from the district of Summerland, where we have a very large land base, and probably when they went to draw the boundaries of Summerland, if they were to do it today, I think the recommendation would be make those boundaries a little bit smaller, and because it's servicing those rural areas outside of the court is really expensive, on a per capita basis. And so I was just kind of wondering if there's any sort of discussion. It's easier to start small and then expand if you need to, than to expand and then shrink. And I'm just wondering if you had those kind of discussions and took that into consideration.
Okay, Mr. Taylor.
I'm torn here. I chaired the committee, but I'm also president of the Okanagan Falls Community Association. I think there's no doubt we want to see the next study proceed. The committee's feeling quite strongly at the end of the day was that it should be as they've set out. The community of Okanagan Falls and the community association which I represent, they very definitely want to see Okanagan Falls incorporated, and don't want to. They are aware of the risk that a larger community entails.
Okay. Any other questions? I don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for the presentation and for all your and your committee's work on this. It was much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
and I'd like to thank you.
Oh, no problems. We do have the committee's recommendation here before us. Looking for direction from the board on this. Is there someone willing to make that motion? You're moving it. Thank you. Is there a seconder for it? Thank you. Any discussion on this? I think we've heard from the committee, but go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, I mean, my just personal view is that the boundaries are too large, but I support moving ahead with it, and maybe the further study will come to grips with that.
It very well might clarify some of the issues, because I think they really get more into the costs of everything during that incorporation study. So, Director Kazakovich, I see a hand from you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with Director Holmes. I think the boundaries are too large for an incorporated community. Those will be significant costs, especially when it gets to roads. However, I think the public in Area D needs to know what those costs will be. So I support moving forward to the next phase of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? I see a hand from Director Knodel. Go ahead.
I also would support moving ahead. The buck stops where the money is, and that's what people need to know, not the tell-all in this case. So we really need to see this move ahead to the next stage.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe, Director Roberts.
Thank you. A quick question is, moving through and getting the information around the costing, would it end up with a singular costing on your last option, or would it provide recommendations? Because that would be a good thing in regards to boundaries. If all of a sudden they stated in their study it was too much, would they bring forward or does anybody know, would they bring forward options or what they felt were more doable?
It's a question I can't answer, but I see Mr. Taylor's got his hand up. Go ahead.
That's the challenge. We're told by the province from a staff level, clearly, our understanding is that they go out to other government departments and get the cost of servicing that area over the next 5 years. And so they go out with one option. And so you calculate what the costs are and subsequently have a referendum on that one option. That's
Okay.
the sort of way it goes now. I do hear what the board is saying in terms of size. And I would hope we don't get ourselves into a situation where we've gone big and then we vote that down, and then the community of Okanagan Falls, which might have voted in favor of it, gets nothing. Yeah. I'm way beyond this. I'm speaking. This is not the perspective of the committee. This is Okanagan Falls Community Association.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts on this? Seeing no hands, I will call the question on the recommendation as proposed by the committee. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed?
Just me again.
Director Bush opposed, but the motion would carry. All right. Again, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We will move on in our agenda to the activity report, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is our four support functions within the organization. So human resources, finance, legislative services, and information services. These are more or less our internal functions that support those other departments that are frontline to the public. So again, each got a fly flying around my office here. So each of the four departments has presented what they've been working on in the second quarter and what they propose to work on in the third quarter. And with the exception of Mr. Francisco, who is also on leave, they're standing by for any questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we're not going to get a presentation. We'll just ask some questions. If there's any from the board, go ahead. Oh gosh, not seeing any hands. I will remind the board, if there are afterthoughts on this, you can always approach the departments or the CAO if you have some questions after we move on to the next agenda item, which I think we will do. Over to the business plan, CAO.
Okay, so I will just point out, I know one thing of interest to committee is the administrative costs policy discussion that we were asked to bring forward, Mr. Chair, and I know that Mr. Savino has that just about ready, and it may appear at your next meeting. So just forewarned on that. Now, so we are with 10 minutes left in committee. Do you want to go through the Q2 corporate business plan report, or do you want to put that off a little bit? We do have a number of significant items on environment.
I will ask the board, is there a pressing need, or can we deal with this at the next board meeting where we've got sufficient time, or next committee meeting where we'll have sufficient time to do this properly? I think from what I'm seeing, we will hold off until the next committee meeting on that then. We'll put it on the next, or the August meeting. think that completes our agenda for corporate services then. So looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Perfect. Any opposed? Seeing none, we will adjourn. Can we take 5 minutes and then we will start with the environment?
asking if,
Okay, we will get started again here. So if everybody online could make their way back to their seats or turn on their screens if you're able to. We will go to the Environment and Infrastructure Committee. And today I will go to Director Bush to chair this one. Go ahead, Director Bush.
thank you. I'd like to call the Environmental Infrastructure Committee to order at 10:58. And so is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Okay, move. Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to the CAO. Thank you.
Thanks,
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
CAO.
Thank you. So activity reports again. So under environment, we have our engineering services department that reports out and our operations department that reports out. So we'll start with engineering, and this is where we have most of our capital programs. That's sort of our project management function within the organization. So we'll turn this over to Ms. Bloomfield, and she'll take us through this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
All right. All right. Thank you. I think I'm on now. All right.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've just got a few slides. If I can share that with you. A couple of nice images. Okay. All right. Okay. Screen has done some funny things, but that's okay. All right. So I just wanted to go through just a couple of items here for the engineering services Q2 highlights. So Campbell Mountain Landfill, we've got quite a few activities going on there. We have finished the construction of the tie-in of the extraction well on the north end of the landfill down into the leachate pond now. So now we have 3 wells that actively pump into the leachate pond. And one of the next steps is we need to look at the disposal options, because we want to make sure that we have a solution to get rid of the leachate that gets collected. So we're looking at a couple of different options right now, one of them being phytoremediation, and then a recirculating system that'll use the black liner as to promote the evaporation of it. So we're working on that this quarter. The biocover looks like we'll be getting some decisions hopefully in the next quarter. So I'll be some more information back hopefully at the Q3 update. And our design, operation, and closure plan, we have a draft in process right now, and it's just waiting on a few decisions, such as the biocover and the organics composting facility. So all of our landfill, we have a new construction starting this quarter, and it's the organics facility. And the picture shows that area in shaded green is approximately where the new facility is going to be constructed. And this is a view from up on the mountain looking down sort of in the western direction from the top of the land. So we're very excited that this is now starting construction. So we have many water projects on the go right now, and this is just 3 pulled out of our business plan. The Willowbrook water system, we have developed a design for a reservoir, and we have put that in for the strategic planning fund through UBCM for a grant application. We submitted that at the end of June. The Meadow Valley Aquifer Study, I have confirmed that the consultant will be presenting on the August 4th meeting. They are available, so I will be bringing the results to that meeting. The Chain Lake Dam, we've just finished the design and we're working on the service area being determined right now. And we'll be going out to the public and determining exactly what the service area will be for the dam replacement, because it does need to be fully replaced in the next year. Our wastewater, one of our big wastewater projects, the solids processing at the Okanagan Falls Wastewater Treatment Plant, is finished. It just shows a picture there of the completed building. And we got a couple of extra things done, which was great. We got some solar panels up on the roof of the wastewater treatment plant, as well as we've reused some old road millings on the site itself to cut down the dust. And you can see the image there, the dark black. Those are the cold millings that we've laid down. So that project is now finished. So our centrifuge is up and running. Some other projects that we've got going on, the Okanagan Falls Sewer Master Plan is now getting underway. The Okanagan Falls Irrigation District conversion, right now I'm working on the transition documents, and that'll basically outline the steps that we'll go through with all of the different services to get to where we can do the transition in January. The mosquito control program has been very, very active this season. So far, last year in comparison, we did 3 flights. This year, we've already done 9. It's been incredibly difficult to keep up with the mosquitoes this year. The flooding due to the high water levels down in the South Okanagan have definitely not been helpful for those mosquito populations, but our crew has been very, very busy. Wild Safe BC is another one I just wanted to mention. There's a lot of bear activity this year. And we just want to make sure to remind people that it's a good idea to bring in the conservation officers and the Wild Safe BC coordinator we have here when you start seeing these bears, so that actions can be taken to help get them out of the area before they become habituated. So that's what I've got. Just a very brief overview on some of the stuff we've got going in engineering services, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so any questions for Ms. Bloomfield? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to, oh, okay, go ahead, Rick, sorry, or Director Canolo.
No problem. Thank you very much. Through the chair. Do we have a time frame on the grant application for the Willowbrook Reservoir? I'd just like to be able to tell the citizens when they can expect to hear on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We expect probably about a year from now, so I'm guessing next summer we should hear.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no other hands, we will move on to C, which is the second quarter report operations. Go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, and we'll turn that over to Mr. Reader, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reader, go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me now? I'm not sure if the
Yes.
sound is coming through. Okay, perfect.
Coming through.
I'll just be brief. I'll just be brief in my review. So major projects that we've been dealing with, one of them being the curbside collection and processing options review, and that's with the City of Penticton that we've been partnering with. And that study is in its draft form, and we should be actually be able to present to both council and to the board shortly with that, and at least is our hope. The Headley and Olalla cleanups are now complete, so that by all measures have been a fairly big success. We removed over 60 vehicles, or I guess relocated 60 vehicles. The cleanup took approximately about a week to complete, and we're under budget. So all things have been fairly good with that project. We've also undertaken a pilot to deconstruct and recycle recreation vehicles. And we're actually looking at bringing that into our program next year at Okanagan Falls. And this program will actually be the first of its kind in BC. So this is something that's pretty exciting for us. It's something new. And the intent is to tie it in with our recycling program that we have with demolition and construction waste. Another project that we've been looking at, it's not very exciting, but I think it's exciting in terms of where we are with the budget. We've been undertaking some audits of our programs with both our water systems and our curbside programs, and we are finding substantive revenue, and that'll help us when we look forward to our 2023 budget year. In terms of water, we've undertaken some major repairs to the Sage Mesa water system with respect to with sinkholes. Those repairs have been completed. A little bit scary because they are in the silt bluffs. And we've also undertaken a new cryptosporidium and giardia testing program that's in Naramata, and that program is underway. And then in terms of upcoming projects, we are looking at solid waste management plan updates coming forward, and we will be bringing both the scope and process forward to the board for their consideration and review. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. So are there any questions for Mr. Reader? Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrew, did we get any further on test wells at Missoula?
Yes, we actually have gone out and drilled, and we are seeing some water that looks like it's both reasonable quality and quantity. There's going to be some more testing that's going to be involved with that, and Lisa's certainly taking the lead on that, but it is looking really good.
Good.
Okay, is there any other hands up? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Reader. We will move on to D now, the Agriculture Chipping Program. CAO?
Yeah, so earlier on in the year, actually probably at the end of last year, we indicated that the agricultural chipping program is somewhat of a unique program for us. We don't really have a service, and that always causes us difficulty to determine where to take money from or where to fund a program from. And the board asked us at that time to bring back a report as to where we needed to go with this program in the future. So Mr. Reader has a presentation ready to discuss, but I think in the end, we're going to have to decide whether we want to create a service, like an air quality service, or whether we want to just transition out of this. So that's what I'll be looking for, Mr. Chair. But Mr. Reader has a good presentation setting out sort of where this came from and what the issues are that are now causing us some concern. So we'll turn it over to him, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Reader.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting to my presentation here. We'll just do it this way, I think. So as the CEO has mentioned, what we're looking for at this point is really some direction. And the timing of this is very important for us because we are entering into budget reviews at this point. And one of the challenges that we're seeing, or two of the challenges that we're seeing, is both increases in our CPI costs, which are tied to our contracts. And we're also seeing some challenges that we're seeing with respect to COVID funding. So some of the programs, the chipping programs that we've had over the last 2 years have been funded by COVID monies, and those monies are not going to be available to us for next year. So it's important that we really look at the program carefully and, again, where we want to go with this. Just a brief overview, the program, again, was actually created in 2005, and in 2010, we actually abandoned the air quality program. A residual of that was the actual chipping program, which was assigned as budget items to the Camel Mountain landfill budget, the Oliver landfill budget, and the Area A service area. And the cost model for that has been one where the grower or the agricultural user pays a quarter of their costs. And just to give you an idea, this is just one farm and its impact to the community. Some of the subsidies that we provide to the agricultural community include free yard waste, free organics drop off. So if there are fruits, things of that nature, also plastics. And then, of course, we have our subsidized chipping program as well. Some of the challenges that we're seeing, well, actually, I'll just cover the program a little bit more with itself. So this one right here is just identifying the type of programs that we have. So we have a preferential pricing program, which the RDOS administrates, and that's one where we hold a contract and provide better pricing than the public can normally get, and that's for smaller sites, typically less than 5 acres. When you get into the larger sites, you need to get into these chip grinders, which looks like this. The chip grinders are ones that we still fund, but they're a monetary subsidization, not necessarily one that we administrate. Similarly, we provide a subsidy for air curtain burners as well, if that's the preference of the grower. Issues that are really that we would hope to discuss are issues of equity. So right at this point in time, we have the Camel Mountain landfill, Oliver landfill, Area A refuse functions to pay for what is essentially an airshed issue. So folks that aren't that are in that airshed, for example, that may not be contributing or are not contributing, would be Soyuz, Summerland, and parts of Area F. As those groups are not part of these landfill functions. Some of the challenges that we also have are burning bans and the expanded use of the program. So when we had last year a number of the fires, there were a series of burning bans that were in place, and that really expanded our program or the use of it. When we have large jobs, so I think we had an example, I think last year or the year before, where we had one project that was looking at $80,000 worth of wood chipping, and that really took up the whole budget for one of our, I guess, for the Camel Mountain area. And so that becomes a problem. And then, of course, our COVID funding is ending this year. So that's an issue of consideration as well. One of the other challenges that we see is that we are getting requests for non-agricultural trees on ALR lands, and those removals aren't necessarily creating additional ALR land. Often these are more for fire breaks or other uses, and not necessarily for the production of ALR land. Tub grinders have also increased in price, and so is the chippers that we've had, the smaller ones. So the costs are going up substantively, especially with fuel prices. This has become a major, I guess the increases have increased quite a bit. And then lastly, we are also seeing a large number of quotes, but actually not a large uptake. So we might see And you'll see this in the statistics of the report that I provided. You'll see that we'll have 11 quotes, but one person actually moving forward with it. Some of the stats, and this is really just to emphasize the variability. So one year we'll have in our budget for $5,000, but we may actually not actually get any uptakes. And then we might see in Oliver, for example, a case where we have $8,000 in our budget, but we are actually seeing an uptake of around 49. Now we put caps on these now, so we won't have that danger of actually going into our reserves, but it does show the swing in need. So in terms of options, what we're really looking at is really the status quo, and the issues here, of course, are funding moving forward. COVID funding is disappearing. We've got issues with respect to additional landfill costs this year coming up because of the increase in CPI. And so, the question becomes, where does that money come from? So one of the challenges here is that if we do continue with this program, because we are losing COVID money, we are going to have to reinforce that money from our landfill budgets. And that's going to be very difficult this year coming up. The next option is to discontinue the program entirely. Another option would be to create an air quality function based on the airsheds themselves, so where the benefit is, and then remove the funding from landfills and Area A refuse. Fourth option is to provide just a monetary incentive for chipping or air curtain burning. And the idea here is that we would just lose the administrative component. So I think at this point we provide quotes and preferential pricing for the farmers, for the smaller farms that are there. And this would just eliminate that. And then the last option is that we provide some combination of the above. And what staff are actually recommending is that we remove the chipping from the landfill budgets and then review what we want to do with the air quality function in its entirety. And at that point in time, we could review the goals, objectives, the scope, the budget, and then determine, once we have that, what the public support is actually as a air quality bylaw in moving forward. So with that, that's my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. So is there any questions for Mr. Reader? Pretty quiet group today. Who we got? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Director Canoto.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, I would support the administrative recommendation. This program is kind of running into a lot of stumbling blocks, and other areas have moved on to curtain burning as a better option for dealing with these wastes. Once the chipping is done, the chips are left for the farmer and actually have a considerable environmental impact on their own when being composted. So a better look at this, a more in-depth look and how we go forward from here, I believe is fully in order. So I'd be more than happy to make the administrative recommendation. Thank you.
Director Robertson first. Go ahead.
That me?
Go ahead, Director Robertson, yes.
Could I respectfully ask that whoever is running the drill or the vacuum cleaner in the background either mute that mic or ask them to delay it until after our meeting is over? It's most annoying.
We're not sure where that's coming from at this point. We're not
hearing anything here, so yeah.
Maybe we could just ask everyone who's not talking to mute their mic then?
If they aren't already, that's a great idea.
Okay, go ahead, Director Kozakovich.
You're muted.
I can kind of hear something.
Hey, okay.
Just following up on that, I did text Danny, he's on holiday, did that to Adam. It sounds like, because I've been watching, it's coming from the boardroom. And it's probably a fan or something with the equipment, and wherever the mic is in the boardroom, I think must be right near there. So we're getting a lot of feedback, and it sounds like someone's turning a blow dryer on and off and doing their hair. I don't see happening. So
Not me.
I'm not sure if it's something Adam could come check out.
He's actively looking now, so.
Thank you.
We'll try to deal with that.
Director Roberts, go ahead.
I'd like to
that was her
second the
question.
motion that was made by Director Knodel, as he made a motion to accept the recommendation of staff moving forward.
Pardon me, go ahead. What was that again?
I'm hoping to second what Director Knodel had put forward, the recommendation of staff. So I'm seconding Director Knodel's motion.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion and a seconder. Is there any other questions? Director Coyne, go ahead.
So will there be a plan by next year of what to do about this? If we just cut it off at the knees, where's all this gonna go is kind of my concern.
Director Reader, do you have an answer for that?
Sure. I think really what the intent is to come back to the board with a report and identify the various options that we have and see where the board wants to go. I think we need to define what is the scope, like where are the air sheds that we want to protect, and then what is in fact the amount of work that we want to put into that type of program. What is in fact the budget, was in fact the scope of works that we were looking at doing and what that might look like. And then the board can make a decision on what kind of program and where, because it may not be all parts of the RDOS. It could be that we would say that it might be part of the Okanagan Lake, Vaso or Okanagan River airshed, or we could say that it could be out towards the Similkameen as well. It would be the board's choice about what they wanted to see.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Is there any other questions for Mr. Reader? Go ahead, Chair Pendergraft.
I'm just a little bit concerned if we discontinue it, will that affect this year's chipping or not?
It will not affect this year's chipping.
Sorry, Andrew Reader, go ahead.
It will not affect this year's chipping.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that was kind of my thoughts too, because we just don't want to cut off the egg culture program at the knees here for this year. So long as it's going ahead at least this year, and it gives us time to come up with a program. So. Okay, so seeing no other questions, we have a motion on the floor. And do we need to read that out? Okay, so the motion is presented here.
I'm not hearing anything anymore. Did we all drop off?
I'm not hearing anybody either.
I can only hear who's online.
I'll whip down to the boardroom.
they were trying to fix whatever the boardroom sound was, they might have cut everything off.
Well,
The quiet sounds good.
Can you hear us now?
I think so. It comes and goes.
Okay, can you hear us now out there in virtual land? Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion was carried. There was 2 opposed, Director Coyne and Director Bush. And so, okay, now we'll go on to E, which is Delegate Kim Grout from the Agricultural Land Commission. CAO, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we had Ms. Grout at a committee meeting a few meetings ago, and we didn't get time to ask all of our questions or her full presentation, so she volunteered to come back. And of course, we have lots of interaction with the Agricultural Land Commission because we're rural in nature. So this will be a good chance for committee members to ask additional questions. I'm just wondering, we might be a little early, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if Ms. Grout is online.
She is.
She is, okay. So we should turn it over to Ms. Grout, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Grout, welcome.
Thank you. I think I've unmuted myself, and let me just start my video so you can hopefully see me somewhere. Ah, yes. Okay, I'm up. Well, thank you for having me back. This is definitely the benefit of virtual meeting attendance, is that it's easy to work into everyone's schedule. And thank you for providing me with the 3 follow-up questions that, in my experience, often 3 follow-up questions result in 3 more follow-up questions. But I didn't prepare a presentation, but I'm happy to speak to those questions, and then we can see where that potentially takes us. So without further ado, I'll take a look at the questions. The first one was with respect to some concern about the inequity created between wineries, vineyards, and we'll have to put breweries in that group, and other commodities when it comes to, I believe the concept was referred to in the expanding piece to have to do with restaurant use or any sort of value added opportunity. It is true our legislation treats alcohol production facilities different than other commodities. And it's not the first time this topic has come up, for sure. I have to clarify, as a commission, we do not put pen to paper on our legislation. So we don't have the power or authority to change anything that you find in there. That is a responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture. And then the legislation is passed to us to administer. So even we have to work through a process of recommendation. But what I did want to draw your attention to is the minister, as you may recall, struck a committee to look at revitalizing our legislation. That committee made a number of recommendations in 2019 that ultimately resulted in a lot of the regulatory changes we were talking about last time I was here. But that report did make some recommendations that I think point or speak to the issues that you have raised in the questions. And the follow-up question that I'm going to sort of weave in here that I was also provided was the question about, for example, a 2-hectare parcel that formed part of a larger farm operation being entirely taken up, I think in the example that was provided me, by processing infrastructure, both the building, parking, all those sorts of things, and what happens with those parcels. You know, if, for example, that operation ceases to carry out. Recommendation number 14 in the minister's revitalization of the ALR and ALC final report did talk about concerns about some, I would say, the extensive nature of some forms of development, like commercial and agricultural or industrial adjacent development that farms might be undertaking, including wineries, essentially their size on some parcels. And in particular, if you use the example of the 2-hectare parcel that's entirely taken up, or just you know, the concept you sometimes hear in the media of the mega winery, and, you know, how do inputs relate to the size of facilities and how are they regulated. That report recommended a move to more of a cumulative footprint approach for value-added opportunities, really regardless of the commodity you were agriculturally producing, and that cumulative footprint of these value-added opportunities would be some percentage of parcel size. That revitalization report recommended 2% up to a maximum of 1 hectare, which would allow a producer to decide which value-added opportunity they would like to do within that area, and would really speak to, you know, the smaller the parcel, the smaller the area, you would potentially be afforded to do something. So no one parcel, for example, in the 2 hectare scenario, could be entirely taken up with infrastructure. Only 2% of that parcel could be dedicated to infrastructure. And if one wanted a larger value-added opportunity, one would be looking at a larger parcel where you would continue to have an ability to produce farm product. The Commission's board endorsed that recommendation that was put forward by the Revitalization Committee, and I understand the Minister did accept those recommendations, but of course there were a very large number of recommendations, and we are unaware as a Commission about where this concept might sit. But as a community, I would encourage you to take a look at recommendation number 14 and what it was talking about, because it's less focused on this concept of 50%, which we all know is difficult to measure, moving to a sort of a parcel-based area, which is much easier to measure, a little bit less about who gets what. If you wanted to use that entire cumulative footprint for one use, that's your choice. Or if you wanted to try to fit 3 related things there of a slightly smaller scale, that would be your choice. And the Commission is very in favor of this concept. And I think local governments, you have some power to regulate, but not prohibit. So, you know, the concept of cumulative footprint is something that maybe even local governments could look at. But I think it would also speak to that follow-up question about the 2 hectares that are entirely impacted by agricultural value-added development. What happens with that parcel, which was the subsequent part of the 3rd question to me, well, it must stay agricultural. So, and I'm sure we know there will be pressure at times for buildings that are constructed for agricultural use that might not continue to be used for something else. The legislation allows that type of value-added development. The ALC regulation doesn't limit its size, it only regulates its input. Zoning can be used to regulate size, but the Commission has no authority to do that. That's a local government planning tool. But recommendation 14 is a land use regulating principle and concept that the Commission does support, but as a Commission, we are unable to change the legislation to contemplate that. But we know the Minister has accepted that recommendation. I think it's merely just a list of a number of actions to undertake, but I know UBCM is coming up, and it might be an interesting opportunity to chat with the Minister and the Ministry about that. And so I feel like that hopefully spoke to the 2 of the 3 questions that I was provided. And the other one was with respect to restrictions on selling ALR land to non-Canadian or non-Canadian residents, which is often referred to as the concept of foreign ownership. I'm going to refer again to the revitalizing the ALR and ALC final report that was submitted to the Minister in 2019. It too makes a recommendation that government consider adopting policies on foreign ownership in the ALR. There are currently no regulations on ownership here in BC. And that report in recommendation number 24 highlights what's happening in other jurisdictions like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Quebec, where they do have regulations on how much can be owned by those that don't reside in Canada. BC and Ontario do not. And that was one of the recommendations, is that BC consider establishing some foreign ownership policies at the provincial level, like other Canadian jurisdictions, like I just mentioned. So again, we as a Commission don't have the authority to change our legislation, and likely something like foreign ownership would actually fall outside of the Ministry of Agriculture's scope, would be a Minister of Finance responsibility. So not all the recommendations in the revitalizing the ALR and the ALC report rests solely with the Ministry of Agriculture. The concept of things like tax reform and foreign ownership would actually be a Ministry of Finance responsibility. And so I thought I would just flag that. But great follow-up questions, but I would really encourage you to take a look at that report and even think about it in your community with respect to sort of the cumulative footprint of value added, because that could be done with the uses that are currently contemplated, but there is a concept embedded within that discussion about if you did have something like that, you'd have to be less focused on inputs and who does what, as opposed to allowing producers some more equity to choose what they would do within a restricted footprint. And I think I'll leave it at that and see if anyone has any follow-up questions for me. I'm not sure where to, I see hands waving, but I don't really know how or who I should ask to speak. So maybe I'll just turn it back over to the chair to let me know who's going to speak, and that'd be great. Thank you. Maybe those of us that are online are all alone together again.
Yeah, I think we've lost the board again.
It's a good possibility.
I'll try this. Can you hear us now?
Oh,
Yep.
is that the boardroom, do we think? I hope the boardroom heard what I said.
We did hear you, but we're not sure if you can hear us yet. So.
Now we can't. So
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead, Director Bush. You.
Okay, Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thank you. First off, so I do have a copy of the 2019 recommendations, and I went through that quite extensively. And I'm wondering whether or not the paper that came out originally, has that been updated? Is what I got offline, would that be the latest rendition, or what you would have, or what would have been worked off?
Sure. That was an independent committee that the minister struck, and upon receipt of the final report, which is the 2019 one you found online, that committee was disbanded. So you have the latest and greatest version. And of course, the ministry's taken the findings in this report and, done their own work around these concepts. And that's why you see things like the housing regulation changes. So you have the most current version, and the committee no longer exists. So there is no one to update this work necessarily, other than the ministry, when working through these policy topics and doing their own engagement and consultation and, working through the details about, implementing any of them, would certainly be modifying them or refining them as they went along.
Okay, and as a follow-up, if I could.
Follow-up, go ahead.
And then, of course, my question was the one in regards to a 2-hectare parcel that's turned completely agricultural, industrial, and commercial. So at this point in time, what you're saying is that there's nothing really in state of how we would move forward if the larger portions of the farm sold off and we ended up with a separate piece of land still completely industrialized, but no longer able to have its agricultural produce because there's no land left. So you're stating that as recommendation 14, this was something moving forward, but in the present time, we would just end up with these pieces as they are.
Yeah, if there's no regulation at the local level that dictates size or siting or anything like that, or cumulative footprint, there are farm bylaw options that communities could explore with the ministry that would give them some authority to regulate these farming activities based on local need. The legislation allows farming across multiple parcels, whether or not the parcels are adjacent, which means right now producers could be, locating infrastructure on independent parcels that at some point might not be part of that farming unit. So yes, and then we'd be left with something that everyone would be working to try to ensure was then used again for an agricultural purpose as opposed to a non-farm use.
We lost the board again.
Maybe.
All's quiet on the Western Front again.
Yeah, we're just all left in our own online meeting space with each other.
Try it again.
Director Knodel, did you have a question?
It's more or less been answered. I've got multiple, one owner of multiple farms. I've got a number of those. The smaller farms are being bought up by one person, and they're looking to consolidate their processing or shipping departments on one property. And I think you pretty much answered. I'm not in favor of it because people don't last forever, and they move on, and all of a sudden one property is totally unusable as farmland. I keep hoping for some kind of a temporary building structure similar to the farm labor housing, but I don't see that happening easily for processing. So it's just a dilemma that we're going to have to handle, and we're not going to make some people very happy. I do thank you for your first part on where the legislation has to go. I will be annoying Director Popham or Minister Popham again on some of that inequity that exists there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Grote, for your attendance. Oh, we have one more question, Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Is there, on appeals, is there a set time that they would usually be looked at, or could you let us know anything in that regards?
Sure. So first I'll clarify, because I am suspecting that you're not actually asking about appeals, but are asking about requests for reconsideration. Our legislation only contemplates appeals when it comes to compliance and enforcement legislation, and the time frame around responding to those are dictated by the Administrative Tribunals Act. But requests for reconsideration don't have a time frame, and unfortunately, as you can imagine, given the number of applications we have where people have applied, paid for a decision, those are prioritized over requests for reconsideration. Panels do try to work them through. You know, we traditionally make 300 decisions and receive about 90 reconsiderations, which, you know, from a tribunal perspective, they have to rework through and provide reasons and a response. So yeah, there's no legislated time frame, and they do try to fit them in amongst the other work that they've set targets for.
Okay, thank you for that. More specifically, I was going to ask, but I guess you probably can't answer, our application for reconsideration at 1313 Grayback Road. I was curious if there was any time frame that we could expect to see a decision on that, but obviously it's just in the mix then?
It's in the mix, and I'm sorry, I didn't know that was going to be a question. So, you know, your staff are always welcome to reach out to me and, you know, see if I have any thoughts, if I look into where things are at, you know, when something might be expected. But then again, I'm not the commissioner putting pen to paper, so you can't really hold me to it, because I'm just trying to guess based on their workload and what they're doing when you might get a response. But sorry, I didn't have a chance to look into that one, but you're welcome to have staff reach out and ask me the question, and then I can try to see if I can give them something.
Okay, appreciate that. And the last question I would ask is in regards to exclusions. What is the policy, or is there some general guidelines that the ALC looks at when they're considering exclusions?
Well, you know, the big metric, of course, is the new section 6.2 that says in any decision-making capacity the commission exercises, it must give priority to maintaining and enhancing the size, integrity, and continuity of the ALR, and of course, the use of the ALR for farming. So that is the major criterion if you want me to use it in that perspective. They look at each property based on its merits, a lot of focus on capability, lots of consideration about surrounding agricultural areas, the implications for intrusion, you know, those sorts of things. We have a what the commission considers webpage on our website that asks applicants to consider some of the things the commission puts their mind to and what they might provide to support that. But overarching, of course, it is the mandate that has been strengthened with the introduction of 6 sub 2 as part of the Bill 52 changes that followed through on the revitalization report recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you again, Ms. Grout. So moving on, I think this comes to the end of our committee meeting. I'll call for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Okay, moved, second. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed?
No, not
Good.
opposed.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay, thank you, Director Bush. We are done a little bit early, so we will break for lunch. And I believe our next committee meeting was set for 12:30, but if we can start a little bit early, we will. So let's call for a half an hour for lunch. So be back here at 20 after 12, and we will start the next meeting.
Oh, it's a little slow.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hope we got the noise issue solved, but not sure about that. But we will go to the Community Services Committee, and I will go to Director Monteith to chair this one. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 12:22, please. Ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, carried, thank you. Moving on to item B, the 2002 second quarter activity report, CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, since we have delegation under item C for the Regional Parks and Trails Master Plan, we have RC strategies on the line. Wondering if we can go to that first and then just use whatever other time is left for the.
Okay, thank you. The will of the board is that?
It's fine.
Okay, so we'll move on to item C, CAO.
Oh, thanks. So we'll turn this over to Mr. Woods and he'll introduce our speakers and we'll have a presentation.
You have to encourage Woods to speak.
Mr. Woods?
There he is.
Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe our presenters are on. Yes, great. So yeah, thank you. So just going back in time here, just to remind the board of where we're at with this large process. We have been following since 2011, going into 12, our Regional Trails Master Plan, which gave us some excellent guidance over the past decade. And in moving in towards the 2020 era, we realized we really needed some of that same guidance for our parks program, our recreation program, pick up on industry standards, touch and base with the community and what their needs were. So we added the 2020 corporate action plan. We added a master plan process to your overall plan. Thanks to the pandemic, we had a number of setbacks and the process was slowed. This is obviously a heavy engagement process, so we wanted to make sure that we were doing that in a very fulsome way. So by the time we actually embarked on this was early January, really 2021, January, where we contracted with RC Strategies. So since that time, Justin Ellis and his colleague, Stephen Slowuda, have been working through the process, going through all the various communities and talking about all the wonderful things that are parks, trails, and recreation. So we're at a stage now where we want to bring that back to you and provide you with a draft of where they're at, talking about all the various steps and then where we have to go to next with the second and final phase of the engagement piece. So with that, Chair, I will turn it over to Justin Ellis to introduce himself, maybe in a little more detail, and Stephen, and take us through the presentation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. We're thrilled to be here today to present and introduce the draft Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'll do a couple introductions here of our firm and ourselves. Okay, I hope that everybody can see the screen there now.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, so as mentioned, my name is Justin Ellis. I'm one of the partners with RC Strategies. Our firm is a specialty boutique firm. We specialize entirely in parks, trails, recreation, and tourism. We were founded back in the late 1980s as a team of one, and we've since grown to about 15 associates and staff, as well as many other partners over the past number of years. And we work, though we're based in Western Canada, out of Alberta, we work extensively throughout Western Canada and across the entire country, having worked in most provinces and territories. In addition to the consulting side of things, our team holds a lot of roles within the recreation, parks, and trails sector, such as the current chair of the Canadian Parks and Recreation Association, past presidents of the Alberta Recreation Parks Association, and committee and board members of the BC Recreation Parks Association. Personally, my area of focus and specialty is in trails and parks and tourism planning. I've had the opportunity to work with a number of municipalities and regional districts on similar planning projects, including the development of the Kettle Valley Rail Trail Master Plan for the Midway to Glenford segment of the trail. And I also get the opportunity to work a lot with BC Recreation Sites and Trails, as well as BC Parks, on a variety of obviously trails and outdoor recreation related planning and visitor management type topics. So thrilled to have had the opportunity to serve as a PM on this project and bring us up to where we are. And joining me today, I've got Steve Saluda, who's also one of the partners of our firms, and I'll turn it over to Steve for a quick intro of himself.
Great. Thanks, Justin, and good afternoon to everyone. So Steve Saluda also, as Justin mentioned, one of the partners at RC Strategies. And whereas Justin's focus is, as he mentioned, a lot more on the parks, trails, tourism, outdoor space area, my focus within our firm is more around sport and recreation. So looking at kind of the traditional offering of those types of spaces in both municipal and regional district contexts. I mean, you kind of lose count of the number of projects after a while, but the last time I attempted to count, it was I've worked on over 400 projects across Canada, and I've been really honored to have the opportunity to work on this project as well.
Great. Thanks, Steve. So we're going to dive into the presentation. In our time here today with you, we plan to introduce you, starting with the purpose of the plan. We want to talk a little bit about how we engaged with the community and your stakeholders and the high-level themes that we heard. We want to talk a little bit about what other research in addition to engagement we did and used to inform the plan, and then introduce the plan. It is, in our time today, a high-level introduction, but we want to introduce you to what the plan says, and of course, talk a little bit about what our plan next steps are. So our objectives for today are simply to introduce that draft plan and to receive any sentiments that the committee may have on the plan prior to us proceeding and working with staff to implement stage 2 engagement. We have, if you've looked at the plan, we've got a pretty busy hour ahead and hope to be able to present the materials in about 40 or 45 minutes, leaving around 15 or 20 minutes at the end for any discussions. In order to ensure that we're able to get through the materials, Madam Chair, I would like to suggest or propose that we hold any questions to the end of the presentation, if that might be okay with you.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, great. All right, so before jumping into the plan, let's talk a little bit about the project status. We've been working through effectively a 6-stage planning process. As we show here, we're in phase 4 of the draft master plan. We've undertaken all of our background review and our analysis. We've engaged with the community and stakeholders, and we've used that information to come up with a draft plan that we're wanting now to go back out to stage 2 engagement and test with the community and stakeholders, et cetera, to make sure we've gotten it right, see where we may need to refine. And so that's what we propose to do in phase 5. And then, of course, once we move through the engagement stage there, we'll take what we heard and move into stage 6 or phase 6 and prepare the final master plan. So I think it's important or valuable to take a moment just to reflect on what the purpose of this plan is, what it is and what it is intended to be and what it is not intended to be. So similar to other higher order policy documents or planning documents such as regional growth strategy, this plan really isn't intended to be a framework to guide decision making about regional and local parks, trails, and recreation services over the next 10 years. It is deliberately strategic, it is long-term focused in its nature, and it is intended to provide direction to be implemented through more tactical and project level, local area level specific planning. This plan is not intended or hasn't been intended to be a set of park by park, trail by trail, or recreation facility by facility set of actions and recommendations. So we just wanted to take a moment, set that context before we get into the actual plan content. We know that your residents are very passionate about your parks, trails, and recreation services. And in keeping with that, we set out to design a pretty robust engagement process. So we want to just touch on a little bit here about how we engage with the community and some of those high-level emerging topics and themes that we heard through those engagements. Our goal, as I mentioned, was to design a process that would allow anybody that has an interest in the future of your parks, trails, and recreation services to have the opportunity to engage and inform the plan. As Mark mentioned, we were doing this under the fog of COVID, and that came in to play in how we were reaching out to the community. But we really worked hard to implement as wide a range of engagement approaches and tactics as possible to really try to minimize barriers to participation. But we had to do all of that within the constraints of the public health orders that were in place at that time. We utilized engagement tactics such as an online survey, community organization survey, commission workshops with all the commissions, stakeholder interviews. We had the Regional Connections website up, and through the Bang the Table function, enabled engagement and input through that. We had sounding boards, graffiti boards, or other terms used for it, just distributed throughout your community. And we also had an online interactive crowdsource map where people could come right in, zoom into the parks or on your trails or rec facilities and share input and thoughts on what should be done. We also worked hard, or your communication staff worked hard to communicate widely the opportunity to engage. So communications was done through the Regional Connections website, the RDOS website, RDOS Facebook and social media. Posters were distributed throughout and posted up in the communities widely throughout the region at facilities and parks and trailheads, etc. There was a video release that was done that was also picked up by Castanet. We sent direct emails with materials that they could distribute on their social media and email out to their members, to stakeholder organizations within the region. And we did 2 general news releases, which were also picked up by local media. So made a pretty good effort to try and get the word out to your community as best as possible. We know you'll be interested in who participated, and hopefully if everybody or most people are sitting close to their computer screens, you can see this graph. We did have participation across the entire region. We also had participation from people that live permanently outside of the region and own recreational properties, presumably here in the region. And as you can see here from this bar graph, we had areas of higher participation and areas of lower participation from the different electoral areas and communities throughout the region. And you'll notice that we also had some areas that had notably higher participation. And this was as a result of electoral area H, largely a result of some local influencers who were able to get some of their network to participate in the process. In general, we're very pleased with the volume and the extent of the participation for the region as a whole. And you can see in the yellow there, we had over 1,500 online surveys submitted, 440 sounding board comments submitted, over 240 online map comments. We delivered 21 virtual workshops that included 33 representatives from 27 different organizations, and we received 6 submissions to the community organization online survey. So in general, again, pretty good participation. In terms of what we heard, we're only going to hit the general themes. The What We Heard report that I believe has been submitted to you has much more detail by each of the engagement tactics of what we heard. But for today's purposes with our time, we're boiling this up to top level themes. So in general, we heard clearly, as I mentioned earlier, that those who participated in the engagement process deeply value your parks, trails, and recreation. They see it as essential to the quality of life of themselves and of the region as a whole. Of those that took part in the process, there was clear support, or we heard clear support for greater investment in enhancing and acquiring new parks and trails. And interestingly, there was also support for increasing investment in indoor and outdoor recreation sport facilities. But as you can see with some of these graphs, support for pursuing those was notably lower or different than that of parks and trails. So we conclude that parks, trails, and recreation are definitely important, but there's different interests in your community. In general, we heard that the participants are largely satisfied with your existing parks, trails, and recreation services, but as we always hear, there's opportunities to improve. The key things that we heard at a high level that need to be improved are and they're illustrated on the slide here, are expanding, connecting, and diversifying your parks and your trails system. We've got a good start, but there's interest in expanding that system and further diversifying it. We heard as an expansion to the current RDOS parks mandate, we heard clearly that participants saw a need for the RDOS to increase the network of regional parks, and specifically regional parks that are focused on protecting ecologically and culturally important areas in the region, and parks that will help support and enable climate change adaptation and resilience. As I mentioned, though folks are generally satisfied, we heard opportunity and a need to enhance the current and existing parks and trail system, and some of those priorities that were identified, including improving your comfort and convenience amenities, addressing parking, enhancing access to winter outdoor recreation opportunities, and further animation of your parks, communications, et cetera, et cetera. It's all pretty common stuff that we hear when we do these plans. We also heard there's a desire to continue to see outdoor recreation, indoor recreation programming continue to be enhanced. And as I alluded to on the earlier slide, interestingly, the evidence of demand to enhance and provide additional major indoor and outdoor recreation facilities was not clear based on those that participated in the process. As well, interest in or demand for the renewal of your RDOS, sport fields and ball diamonds also was not clear based on those who participated in the process. In addition to enhancement, related to enhancement, we heard that few of your recreation facilities, parks, and trails are universally accessible, and there was a clear need and opportunity identified to enhance the universal accessibility of your programming as well as your physical infrastructure throughout the region that you're responsible for. Managing and maintaining parks, trails, and recreation facilities emerged, and we heard that improving that management and maintenance of parks and trails and recreation facilities needs to continue to be a priority. And as I mentioned, there's a number of things that emerge under that theme that can be seen in the What We Heard report. Many participants recognized and strongly iterated the value of volunteerism and stewardship in delivering recreation opportunities for your residents. And we heard that there's a need, as we consider this plan, to formalize and provide more stewardship and volunteer opportunities, as well as improve recognition of volunteers and the role that they play. And then the final theme that emerged was around governance. And we heard that the region, as it relates to governance, could benefit from a review of the current governance approach to determine how best community input into the future of your parks, trails, and recreation services can be reasonably sought while still recognizing and reflecting the unique cultures and interests within each of the electoral areas throughout the RDOS. So as mentioned, that's a high-level overview of the key themes. The What We Heard report goes into much more depth on those topics. So while the engagement was certainly a very critical component to informing the draft plan, we also undertook a host of other research and analysis. That included undertaking a field and review of all your parks, trails, and facilities, undertaking spatial analytics to look at how well your parks, trails, and facilities are accessed or servicing the region. And where data was available, which was quite limited, we looked at utilization analysis of your existing bookable facilities. In addition, we did a policy review at the national, regional, and provincial level, and we undertook trends research and promising practices, which you'll see are summarized in the plan. And so these data and insights from this additional research were combined with the engagement learnings, and those were used to inform the strategies and actions that we're coming forward with here today. All right, so now that we have a bit of insight into the planning process that we've implemented, into the engagement process and what we've heard, and the additional research that we undertook, we now want to just kind of change gears and jump into a little bit at a high level, a review of what we have recommended in the plan, in the draft plan. So at a glance, the plan includes an inventory and evaluation of your current state of parks, trails, and recreation facilities and services. It provides, similar to what I've just done, a summary of public and stakeholder input and what was heard. And it proposes and outlines a clear set of desired outcomes, the things we're looking to achieve by investing in parks, trails, and recreation, a set of principles that'll guide decision-making, as well as a mission for the regional district as it relates to parks, trails, and recreation. In addition to that, as a strategic framework, we've developed, the plan includes a number of game plans. And these game plans outline the strategies and the actions that that we're recommending be implemented in order to achieve the outcomes. The game plans have been developed, as you will have seen, for each of the three, what we're calling program areas. So you have a game plan for parks, you have a game plan for trails, and you have a game plan for recreation. In addition to those focused game plans, we've identified a number of overarching strategies and actions. And those strategies and actions, rather than duplicating them again in each of the game plans, they're general in nature and they apply equally to parks, trails, and recreation. So we've bundled them into one set of overarching strategies and actions. And then the plan wraps up with a set of performance metrics. What gets measured gets done from our perspective. And so we've identified some performance measures that we think the RDOS could monitor, track, and report on to demonstrate progress and evaluate progress towards achieving the desired outcomes. So given our time today, we can't go into detail into the principles, into the outcomes, and into the mission. But we wanted to just put this slide up to show you as an illustration, some of the key categories or focus areas for the desired outcomes. Effectively, the outcomes are really specifying what we're working to achieve through the delivery of regional and local parks, recreation, and trail services. They represent the difference we're trying to make in the region by spending money and making investments on behalf of the public in these services. We've worked to align as best we can the desired outcomes with the draft plan with the framework for recreation in Canada. But we've added, based on what we heard from the community, some additional outcomes related to conservation and protection, as well as truth and reconciliation, which were not explicitly identified as outcome statements or goals in the National Rec Framework. So there are a number of specific outcome statements, and I'm not going to hit on each one of them today, but really just wanted to show the 9 categories because they give an indication of what we're focused on achieving. So as you can see here, some of the focuses for the desired achievements are around ensuring active, healthy living and connected communities, ensuring inclusion and equitable access to parks, trails, and recreation, ensuring our parks, trails, and recreation services are setting us up and helping us adapt to climate change and build our resiliency. To the protection of ecologically and culturally important areas is another key outcome focus for us. Improving connectivity across the region so people can move from each of our communities to all the other communities and destinations is another major outcome area. Building the relationships with local Indigenous communities and advancing truth and reconciliation for parks, recreation, trails is another focus area that we've identified. Ensuring there's a supportive environments that allow people to overcome barriers they may face to accessing recreation, parks and trails in the region is another key area. Ensure we've got the right capacity for staff and training to be able to manage a modern and provide a modern parks, trails, and recreation system. And of course, we recognize the role that parks, trails, and recreation play and can play and should play in supporting economic growth and diversification of the region. So there's detailed statements under each one of those, but that sets you up a little bit with an idea of what we're trying to achieve through the plan. So now we wanted to dive into the game plans, and we'll start with the game plan for parks. From our review and research, and specifically I'm going to start with classification of parks. From our review and research, we found that the regional district does not have a consistent approach for how it classifies both regional and local parks. From our perspectives and experience, we do recommend that a clear classification system is essential. as it's a proactive way for providing direction for staff and the public on and yourselves that are making decisions about funding, et cetera, on service levels, on intended and permitted uses in the park, as well as communicating clearly what the management purpose of these parks are. It also provides an ability and a framework for determining requisition and payment for each of the parks. So the plan contains a proposed classification system, as you can see generally up on the screen here, that's adapted from other regional districts and jurisdictions in the province. And it's also been designed to align with international parks and protected areas classification systems and their definitions. So we've done our best to create some level of consistency here. The proposed system consists of two components. The first is what we're calling classification, which is determining whether the park is a regional or a local park. And this table, which is probably small on your screen, just demonstrates the criteria and some guidance that can be used to make some objective or inform some objective decisions on whether something's regional or local. The next component, the second component, is the management intent. And the management intent is aligned on a tool we call the Protection Recreation Continuum. And it's intended to communicate the management intent and the service levels of the park. So the appendix, if you haven't seen it, there's an appendix in the plan that provides much greater detail on the primary and secondary management intents, the activities, the amenities, and the services of each of the park types, management types that we've proposed and identified. So in addition to the classification system, we've identified 9 strategies in the game plan for parks. And as I mentioned, each of those strategies contains a number of specific actions, and we're just going to hit the high points of those here today. So the first strategy is focused on activating and increasing investment in and attention on the regional parks system. Currently, we found that the number of regional parks are minimal compared to some of your other regional districts. And most of the efforts on parks appear to be delivered and focused at local parks and as part of the Regional Parks and Trails Service at regional trails. So we've included a couple actions, and one of which is to enable that greater focus and enable investment in larger regional parks. We've recommended looking at how greater reserves can be established to identify and enable more timely acquisition and acquirement of land for regional parks purposes. The second strategy that we've proposed is to expand both the regional and local park system. So specific to regional parks, we have proposed actions to expand the network of conservation-focused regional parks, establish regional recreation-focused parks. These are parks that provide regionally unique recreation opportunities. And we've recommended establishing tools to really help strategically prioritize and evaluate land acquisition priorities, just to confirm that what's coming forward to you is indeed a priority for expenditure, or opportunities that emerge are a priority and will contribute to the plan. Specific to local parks, we're recommending continuing to expand the local park system through the land development process, and we've proposed refined criteria to help determine when acquisition of lands versus cash in lieu would be preferred. And we've also identified criteria that will better define the characteristics of what type of land, or the characteristics of the land, that would be considered or accepted for acquisition through the development process. We've also identified the need to continue establishing joint use agreements with school districts, and to further enhance access and supply, to try the idea of providing pop-up park spaces in some of your more developed areas of the region. In the next strategy, we've identified the need to enhance and diversify your existing regional and local parks. To do so, we encourage the district to diversify the supply of spontaneous recreation amenities in parks, to consider things like major destination water play features and universal access to beaches, to enhance and diversify your in-park trails, to expand your services year-round in priority parks, so not all of them, but in specific parks, to ensure there's winter opportunities, and to diversify the supply of your park spaces and your natural playgrounds throughout the park system. The next strategy, we've identified the need to focus on formalizing and enhancing the regional district's water access points. So these are your end of road right-of-ways. And to do so, we've provided a typology of water access points with clear level of service guidance. And we've encouraged in the plan that staff would work with the local communities to identify and classify each of those water access points based on the typology we've provided, and then work over time to enhance those water access points and ensure it meets the level of service direction that we've outlined. Strategy 5 is focused entirely around greening our parks and park operations. And these actions are focused on how we can integrate green infrastructure into our parks, applying low impact development processes or principles and practices in park development and redevelopment, identifying, pursuing habitat and ecosystem service restoration opportunities within your existing parks, as well as identifying ways to minimize the ecological and climate impacts of current park operations and maintenance efforts. So that's an entire bundle of actions around greening the park operations where we can. Strategy 6 is entirely focused around trying to bring parks to life and giving residents and visitors reasons to come to your parks. We've proposed working with partners to create new outdoor programs, pursuing interpretive programming and active learning, better supporting and enabling businesses to help supplement RDOS services, ensuring a calendar, a year-round calendar of events are being delivered within the park system, as well as supporting a public art, both visual and performance in parks program. Strategy 7 is around the need to focus on the enhanced management of visitation. Visitation is getting busier and it's coming with some challenges. So we've identified actions focused on adopting and implementing a recreation ethics program called Leave No Trace, well established across the world, and building that into your visitor education, addressing areas of recurring non-compliance through targeted enforcement and compliance assurance, as well as focusing on greatly enhancing our data collection so that we can make more data informed and insightful decisions around management. And strategy 8, we've recommend focusing on making it easier for residents to find your parks. And so these actions are focused on enhancing the communications and promotions of parks and use of parks, refocusing the RDOS Parks website so that it's more client and experience focused and invitational in nature, working with influencers in the region to try and grow the impact and reach of your communication strategies, and also working with TODA to help promote appropriate parks for visitation by local residents and others. And then the final strategy in this game plan is to ensure that our parks are adequately resourced. We've recommended establishing level of service-based operating budget ratios, continually reviewing staffing levels in line with demands, ensuring staff receive ongoing training. It's getting very complex, the issues they're facing, so ensuring they receive ongoing training so they can face those contemporary demands. And considering the development of a revenue generation strategy to identify feasible non-tax revenue sources for parks, exploring what might be out there as an opportunity. So that's the game plan for parks. Shifting to the game plan for trails. Similarly, we've identified that there isn't a current consistent trail classification system within the RDOS that's applied. And we do believe it's critical for providing management direction to staff, as well as information to visitors on that they can use to determine what trails are more likely to meet their needs and interests on a particular day. We've worked to keep the classification system in line with recent national guidance on classifying mixed and multi-use trails, which we've been fortunate enough to have a role in writing and developing for the national interests. And so in essence, we've provided some guidance and criteria on determining when the trail is a regional trail versus a local trail, and that's available in the plan. And in addition to determining that, which of course will help influence requisition requirements, we've also proposed that the trail be classified based on its season of use and its mode of travel, all of these factors you see up here on your screen, the level of challenge and preparedness. And all of those factors that you decide around classification ultimately end up determining the design parameters of physically what the trail should look like, what activities should be permitted on it, when we're going to service it, when we're going to manage it, et cetera, or maintain it, et cetera, et cetera. So classification is a key focus of recommendations in the plan for the game plan for trails. We've proposed 6 strategies related to trails. Strategy 1 is to expand and connect the system. And this strategy, or the actions in this strategy, really focus in reality on doing some more planning. It's about preparing the development and management plans for segments of the trail that are not currently connected, or are connected and have varying opinions on their uses. So we've proposed that development and management plans be prepared for the KVR South Spur, the Falder to Brookmere segment of the KVR, including dealing with response to the flood damage, as well as the Similkameen Rail Trail. And you'll see we provided some governance recommendations around how those planning processes could be structured with local Indigenous communities, the province, and other interested stakeholders. We've also recommended the establishment of a shared regional funding formula with rec sites and trails to address the upgrade or redevelopment of some of the trestles, ones that still remain after the floods, that are reaching the end of their useful life. That emerged as a critical priority. In the next strategy, we've recommended that the RDOS focus on enhancing your existing trails. And actions include setting clear trail management objectives for each of the trails, continuing efforts to uplift the visitor comfort and convenience amenities and beautification at your staging areas and along the trails, and as well as providing more consistent parking and staging area typology or services, and we've proposed a typology to help enable that to be a little more consistent and informed. Strategy 3 is focused on actively managing visitation, very similar actions to parks. So improving the communications about what the classification and characteristics are of the trail, pursuing visitor use management planning on trails that have high use and where we're seeing conflict and crowding and impacts growing, adopting again the recreation ethics program, Leave No Trace, and using that and promoting that to your public, and addressing recurring non-compliance issues and improving data. So again, very similar to the parks, but all very relevant to your trail system. Like parks, strategy 4 is also focused on bringing trails to life and giving visitors reasons to come and enjoy your trails. So we've proposed focusing on developing and enhancing the visitor attractions along the trail that celebrate your nature, Indigenous cultures, as well as the heritage of the region, enhancing in-person and self-guided interpretation and storytelling along your trails, and ensuring the creation, like parks, of a year-round calendar of events that give people reasons to come, experience, enjoy, and hopefully go back again. Strategy 5 is focused on making it easier for your visitors and your residents to find and enjoy the trails, and similar, as we've talked about before, reviewing the RDOS Trails website, and trying to make that a little more visitor focused and interactive, actively working with and not duplicating the trail applications that have become so prominent, like Gaia, All Trails, Trail Forks. We don't need to duplicate those services. They're very established out there. So on that line, we've recommended reviewing the Click Hike Bike website to see if it's still required, given the prominence of those other applications, and developing modern communication and promotion strategies to encourage visitation to trails. And the final strategy is to enhance collaboration and coordination as it relates to trails in the region. And actions under this strategy are focused on leading or actively supporting trail planning initiatives on Crown lands. That's come through discussions with Rec Sites and Trails BC. Establishing a trail enhancement grant to provide funding to organizations that build and maintain trails that are not already funded as regional trails, and continuing to enhance the relationships and formalizing the coordination with other governments and Indigenous communities to prioritize and coordinate acquisitions and connection priorities and capital improvements. So really trying to treat that as a regional system. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Steve to run us through the game plan for recreation.
Great, thanks, Justin. So in terms of the game plan for recreation, really, there's a number of strategies here that are organized into two buckets. The first bucket being overarching service delivery strategies, and we'll go through the 6 of those. And then we also have a number of facility and amenity strategies that provide guidance specific to the different types of facilities and amenities that the RDOS is invested in or has some level of stake in. So we'll start with just a high-level overview of the strategies, and similar to the other areas that Justin went through, parks and trails, each of the strategies here has a whole series of actions that are more tactical ways to help implement these strategy statements. We won't have time to get into detail on those, but we just wanted to give you a flavor for each of the strategies and really where we're going with each of these. So the first one here speaks to establishing a baseline level of service that really tries to align the level of investment with the level of service provided. So like a lot of most regional districts, we know that there's different funding arrangements and different methods and way in which recreation is provided. And this strategy really just looks to provide some structure around that. We outline a framework or a continuum that identifies essentially what residents within a certain jurisdiction within the RDOS should expect to get for the level of investment. The second service delivery strategy really focused on equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So if we think about social return on investment through recreation, we know that kind of your best opportunity is to try to focus investment on residents that maybe are facing some barriers to participation. The third item here is just undertaking a bit more exploration around arts and culture. That wasn't an area we were able to really fully dig into through the work here, but we understand that that's an area where there's some asset mapping that can be done to help better understand that area. Looking at communications to get more residents more active, we think there's some opportunity to, as Justin alluded to through parks and trails, to really focus on some different ways with your website and different methods aimed at really kind of getting the word out more on programming and linking residents up to opportunities. The fifth element here is looking at collecting and utilizing data in a bit more of an efficient manner to help inform programming and infrastructure decision making. We understand that that's certainly an area where there's a lot of investment that you need to have some good rationale in terms of your ability to make those decisions. And certainly a struggle through our process here was trying to collect and better understand some of that data and to use it to really make data-driven decisions and ensure that those programming and capital investment decisions were focused and based on a good level of utilization data in particular, but also integrating some of the engagement insights into that decision-making process. And then lastly, just looking at monitoring recreation needs and trends and ensuring that we're continuing to understand that recreation programming continues to evolve. It's always evolving. We think of something like pickleball as an example of that, and the importance of ensuring that we're continuing to not be static in our delivery of programming and services and continue to kind of be not necessarily reactive, but ensure that we're keeping abreast of those different changes and those different opportunities as they come forward. And the master plan provides some tools and some actions and strategies specific to how we can monitor trends and how we can work with the community to ID some of those trends. Please go on to the next slide, Justin. So the game plan for recreation, is it specific to infrastructure? The document outlines a number of kind of strategies for a whole host of different areas, as I mentioned, different types of amenities and facilities. But we just wanted to pull out a few that we thought were particularly pertinent and important to kind of draw out here. The first being aquatics. So we understand that regionally there's some investigation going around in a regional aquatics facility right now, and the master plan outlines for you some different considerations and some decision-making tools that can help inform your decision around aquatics, particularly the notion of a potential indoor aquatics facility. Obviously aquatics comes with a very significant cost in terms of operating and the capital expenditure associated with that. And we just wanted to provide you some guidance in terms of how that decision can be fully informed. As it relates to ice arenas, In the short to medium term, what we suggest is maintaining your current level of both your indoor as well as your outdoor ice arena provision, but looking more into the long term, we outline or suggest that what you should really be doing is working with your municipal partners to undertake kind of a long-term view of indoor ice arena infrastructure. So particularly with Oliver and Osoyoos, they have aging facilities. We know you have varying levels of investment in those facilities, and we think it's worthwhile to work with them to understand the long-term needs for ice arena in terms of utilization trends. The best approach, is it to renew those existing facilities or look at consolidating on a single site? Those are some questions that need to be further answered. Gymnasium and dry floor spaces, really the recommendation and the actions and strategies there pertain to trying to work with your school district and your local community partners to just continue to do what you're doing, which is to find innovative ways to ensure access to those spaces, particularly for increased spontaneous non-structured uses. So it's important, of course, bookable types of activities, different user groups, but also ensuring that people have the opportunity to go in and just shoot hoops and do things casually. That's an important form of recreation. As it pertains to sport fields, a real challenge again was just understanding the level of utilization for those assets. And what we're suggesting is a bit of focus on enhanced data collection and then using that information to identify how to make the best use of those assets and what your long-term supply needs are. And then the last infrastructure that we wanted to touch on here was just looking at outdoor court sports. And our strategy recommendation here is just to balance emerging needs. Pickleball in particular is one that comes up quite a bit. And we're suggesting that there's some work that can be done with the pickleball community to help them continue to evolve and mature and become more structured so that they can work with you to help mutually identify solutions for court space. We're suggesting that you undertake some court renewals and then looking long-term, working with the pickleball community and partners to your municipal partners to ensure that you're meeting the needs for pickleball and other court sports in a collaborative way that avoids duplication. And Justin, I'll hand it back over to you.
Great, thank you, Steve. So as I mentioned at the start, we've got the 3 game plans, which we've generally just run through, and then relevant to all of those program areas, parks, trails, and recreation, we've identified a number of strategies and overarching strategies and actions. I'm just going to touch on those here in the next slide. So the first overarching strategy that we've recommended is to update and modernize the policy and bylaw framework. So making sure, doing a review of your current bylaws and your policies and ensuring they're in line and reflective of the master plan once it's approved. And we've also identified a number of new policies that the regional district may want to consider pursuing and developing in keeping with some of the trends that we're seeing and what other jurisdictions are doing. The second overarching strategy is around inclusion and including everyone in parks and trails. So we've focused in here on being strategic in terms of developing a leisure education strategy. This would be working with partners in health and partners in justice and partners in a range of community partners to prepare a leisure education strategy that figures out what are the key barriers in your region that folks are facing to engaging in your services and how might you overcome those specific to the region. Of course, we've recommended the provision of more universally accessible facilities and amenities and programs. And we've been doing some work and building some relationships right now with the RAD Society, which is the Recreation Adaptive Society, and it really has opened my eyes to the opportunity to work with an organization like that and others to figure out how we provide adaptive recreation equipment and adaptive recreation opportunities within your parks, trails, and recreation system so that everybody can have the benefits of recreation. And continuing to expand the community gear shed so people can access equipment they might not be able to afford or they don't want to own, they just want to borrow periodically, etc. The next strategy is focused around truth and reconciliation. We haven't been specific here because we think these actions need to be collaboratively developed with local Indigenous communities. So what we've encouraged is to formally and actively work with local Indigenous communities to identify meaningful ways to support truth and reconciliation within parks, trails, and recreation. We haven't said how to do it. We've just said that's something that we think should be a priority and is a priority for many jurisdictions, parks, trails, and recreation jurisdictions throughout the country. We've encouraged you to collaboratively identify a governance structure to seek advice on the management of regional trails and regional parks, particularly trails and parks that go through or include areas of cultural or historic or spiritual importance to local First Nation communities. We've encouraged you to work collaboratively to identify priority lands for acquisition of regional parks, so we can be considering that as another value of lands if lands have high importance for cultural, spiritual values to the local First Nations. And we've seen an uptick and a change and advancement of things like youth employment through trail crews and other parks related works for Indigenous youth. So we've encouraged you to explore that. We've identified the need for asset management, and quite simply, the only action within that is to develop an asset management plan that we go into detail on that, but that identifies what you have, its remaining useful life, its replacement value, etc. So continuing to implement that for your park system, we think is important going forward. And overarching, we've identified the next strategy, which is to enhance the governance structure and how you seek citizen and stakeholder advice on regional and local parks, trails, and services. So we don't have too many actions associated with that. I think the strategy is fairly clear, is to do that governance review and try to figure out how we amend this, if we need to amend the current system, if so, how, or if there's other new governance options that are out there that can be considered. As I mentioned earlier, one of the key themes was around volunteering and volunteerism. So we've encouraged you to actively develop and support volunteers and volunteerism in a more formal way, and undertaking an audit of your current volunteer program and using the Canadian Code for Volunteer Involvement audit tool. It's an established tool, and pursuing opportunities based on what you learned through that audit to improve and strengthen the volunteer program. And we heard clearly that there needs to be additional capacity within the regional district to actually support and implement a more structured and effective volunteer program. So with that, and then the final one is to utilize, is a bit of a tag on here, I'll admit, but it's to utilize a consistent and transparent approach when contemplating significant capital investment. And Steve, do you want to add any value to that?
Yeah, you bet, Justin. So I mean, similar to what we talked about with some of the large infrastructure questions. So certainly with recreation, the notion of a regional aquatics facility potentially in the future that a number of your municipal partners are looking at, or arena infrastructure, really any of those big ticket items. What we've suggested is just really a process to go through to inform that decision making as decision makers that would look at ensuring it meets different metrics around need, feasibility, business planning. So it's more just outlining the steps that would need to occur to ensure transparency and the right process for decision making when you're looking at some of those bigger ticket capital items.
Great, thanks, Steve. So I know this is a bit like drinking from a fire hose here with the presentation today. I hope you have had an opportunity to skim through the report, and I hope you have some questions for us. But that's an overview of the main components of the plan in a really kind of 45-minute elevator speech approach to it. In terms of next steps, where are we going? I somewhat outlined this on one of the early slides. Our immediate next steps is to work with staff to implement phase 2 engagement. And the timing for that we're targeting is September. And the tactics we're planning to utilize at this point in time to receive feedback on the draft master plan includes the online public survey, online stakeholder survey, as well as a commission meeting with all commissions or multiple. We're not quite sure yet how that's best to roll out. So those are some of the ideas in terms of phase 2 engagement. And once we we let that process run for about a month or so is our preferred length of time for engagement processes. We're going to then take time to digest what we hear from those that participate in the process and see if and if if so, where we need to amend the plan to reflect what the community has told us. So those are our next planned next steps, and I think that brings us to an end. And Madam Chair, I thank you for the time, and thank all the committee members for the time, and turn it back to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If we can have your slideshow come down so I can see everybody.
I sure will. Let me just figure out how to do that. Bear with me.
Thank you. Any questions of the board? Director Holmes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to touch on that last point you talked about with big ticket items. I see in the report when you talk about improving the governance structure for cross government cooperation and collaboration, and you include municipalities in there. Though it only really talks about trails and parks, and I'm wondering about facilities as well, recreation facilities. I guess I'm looking, what is the role of municipalities in a regional plan like this? There's demand in the region for certain recreation facilities, which any one member municipality on its own either doesn't have the resources or doesn't have the space to be able to provide it, including the city of Penticton. I'm thinking of things like indoor tennis facilities, things like destination dog parks, these sort of things. And so I'm just wondering, where is the opportunity for all of us to come together, the member municipalities and the RDOS, to build a regional facility where everybody in the region can take advantage of it, and maybe kind of expanding on the ice, the indoor ice rink for Soyuz all over that concept to a larger scale. So I'm just wondering how do where does that fit into the whole plan, and to address those kind of needs on a larger regional scale.
Great.
And to
Steve,
the delegation, please.
Yeah, I can take this one, Justin. So, through the chair, great question. I think we see that coming into a few places in the master plan for a number of the more significant pieces of infrastructure that are either provided or could be provided in the future. So you referenced aquatics, certainly ice rinks, and the need to make a decision around aging facilities. The vast majority of the actions under each of those amenity types in the master plan speak to the need to make those decisions regionally, and part of that would entail figuring out who those different sites can serve and what their catchment, if we want to use that term, is. And then that process that we briefly touched on there, which is on page 160 of the master plan, it's figure 37. The point of that process would be to answer a lot of those really good questions in terms of how it can serve multiple jurisdictions, who should fund it, who it'll benefit, all those types of things, which are different for each type of facility. So it'll be a different answer for aquatics than for ice arenas or for indoor tennis. So that's how we've tried to address that really important point in the master plan.
I see CAO Newell has a question or a statement.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I won't take a lot of time on this, but it's an important issue. And it really comes down again to money. The only way that rural residents can participate financially in a project is if we have a service. So it's very important at the start of a project to determine who or what the geographic area will be that catchment area that was discussed for the beneficiaries of the service. So because to try and do it later, as we know, with our ongoing discussions with the city of Penticton, for them to build a facility and then to come to rural residents and ask if they want to participate financially, it is a very low percentage of success. You have to ask them first and involve them in the governance of that service and know what that answer is before the facility is developed. So, and that's what we have going on now with that proposed aquatics facility between Oliver and Osoyoos. We need to know whether the rural residents are expected to participate. If they want to participate, what the geographic area would be and what the governance on that would be. So that would be an important issue in any discussion about a major capital facility.
Great point. Thank you. Director Holmes.
I guess my point is it doesn't always have to be municipalities proposing these sort of things and then asking, you know, the RDOS, the rural areas, if they want to participate. It could be the other way around, you know, or all of us working together to a common need, as opposed to one initiating and one asking, you know, one doing the asking. But just more of a comment. Thanks.
Valid point. Thank you. Any other questions? I can't see everybody that's on the. Anybody else have their hand up? Or I don't think so. Alrighty, at that point, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. It was very well done. Thank you. So I guess we'll roll back to item B, and that is the quarter report to CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So this is the other side of our community services department. So this is our activity report on parks, recreation, transit, cemeteries, facilities, and rural projects. So a mix of services that department provides on the community services side versus the protective services side. So again, this is our projects that we've been working on throughout the second quarter and what the proposals are for the third quarter. So we'll turn this over to Mr. Woods and he can hit the high points, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To Mr. Woods, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've had a really great spring getting ready for what we classify as our busy season. Our services are fully ramped up at this point. So spring rolling into early summer is a rollout and our preparation, obviously, for green spaces and rec facilities and all these other wonderful things we've just been talking about. So our staff are fully ramped up at this point. Just the first piece I'm going to touch on is we try to do our best to engage with the communities and inform them of the things that we do in their public facilities and for them. So this year we teamed up with the communications department here within LS and had 2 open houses that we held. One of them in Karamias at the Smokemean Rec Center, one of them in Okanagan Falls. And they both were great successes. I think I put an image in there of the recreation center in Karamias. Lots of attendees that came out, and it was just an excellent way for us to showcase many of the things that happen in those facilities and talk face to face with people. And we had the fire department there, and we had the folks from the planning department come out because the area GOCP was going on. So it was just a really excellent way to showcase a number of things at once. So we want to thank everybody that participated in that, and certainly our colleagues in legislative services for helping with that process. It was a great success. Another one that we are fully involved in now is our new recreation software, what's called Perfect Mind. So we're getting up to well over 1,200 members on that, and encourage everybody to go check it out. It's just an excellent way to inform yourself as to what's happening in all of the region. It's a functional tool that allows us to book facilities, track what's going on. People can see what's happening from one community to the next. And you can search based on action. You can search based on geographic area. So just a tremendous amount of work that went into setting that up, and we certainly see that as a big success that's working live for us right now. So lots on programs, lots of really fun events and great things that are happening in the communities. And just a kudos to the staff and the volunteers and the stakeholder groups that are involved. There's just many people involved in these wonderful programs. So can't say enough about the good partnerships that are going on out there to make them happen. Just a little bit on the project side within community services, our projects team are working with many of the parks commissions to roll out some of their programs, and some of you as directors as well to do some of these initiatives. So I put an image in there that shows Mariposa Park up on the West Bench. That one in particular is a great example of just really taking that out and talking to the community, working with the commission, coming up with a concept. And this year we've taken that from concept to construction drawings and just working on some of the details. And we're excited to get past the busy season in the park to actually start the construction itself. So it's just an example of one of the many that takes place within the team here. So just thought I'd point that one out. A couple things that we bring back to take some time. I was going to note the Suius Lake pedestrian path, which I have in here. And I got a question that came across from Chair Pendergraft not long ago just to find out what the actual step is. So good example of where we try to capture everything we're working on. If you don't see something in here, by all means, give us a quick email. We can take you to the further step. But I thought this was a good example to point out that this was a project that was built many years ago, but was actually damaged extensively during the flooding. So here we are. We've just received permitting to go back to fix that lakeshore path because it's within the riparian area. There's a number of steps that need to occur. So I think a reflection on the fact that while we would love to just jump back out and fix some of these things, sometimes it takes a lot of steps for us to make sure that we're doing that within an appropriate way and following all the rules, etc. A little bit on transit. We know that the BC Transit Group is out on their Transit Future Action Plan process. Their engagement process is open. You may have seen that through some of the social media feeds. They do a pretty good job of advertising that. So the surveys are open. We do the same thing. We try to showcase that by sending it out through our own communication tools. That, of course, is their way of informing future decisions and where the program needs to go, and they'll bring that back through to you as a board at some point when the results are completed. We certainly have lots happening within the trails side of things. Our applications are ongoing. We've got a few steps that have taken place in the last short while on the South Spur, as we call it, down in which is basically Penticton South. We've had some good discussions with the Sioux Indian Band, looking at extending the trail network through some of the glands. So we're just looking at the concept there, and shortly we'll be bringing that back forward for considerations. It's an exciting one for us, but we know that's a piece that's been looked at for a long time. With that, there's a few outstanding tenure applications with the province. While they may take a long time, just so you know, as a board, our process is just to go back to our colleagues at the province as often as we need to, just as a gentle reminder to touch base on where that process is so that we can be as informative as possible as we know. The Similkameen Rail Trail, just thanks to Director Bush for pointing out at the last meeting. Yeah, we've got some signage that came out, and that's great, but also we've got some work to do on the trails as well. That's a good example of where we come out of a construction phase and we go into an operational phase. So we have some hangover effects from the actual construction itself. It's not quite done, but we definitely like a reminder of where we need to get back out and clean up some of these pieces. So that section of trail in particular, we still have 2 pieces that are under negotiation through the province of BC. We expect to be back out in the field with them in the next weeks, actually, trying to resolve that. But meanwhile, the deck for the bridge in that location across Caramees Creek, which is a very long-standing project, that's forthcoming as well. So really excited for the community to see that one come to an end. So with that, Chair, I think I'll leave it unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the directors? Director Gettins, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's not really a question, but just a comment. I wanted to thank Mark's team for the Mariposa Park. I have to say, when the Selby Park took a while to get done, because there are a lot of steps involved, and it's just it's such a busy park now, and it's such a big part of our community. So I know there's a lot of people waiting for the same to happen in Mariposa. It's a beautiful gem. It's like this massive, massive park, and kind of tucked away and hidden. So thanks for keeping it on the forefront and getting it going. It's pretty exciting.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments? All right, hearing none, I guess we will make a motion to have this meeting adjourned. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Chair Pendergraft, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Monteith. I believe we're a little bit early to start the regular board meeting. It should start at 1:45, and we have to wait till then as advertised. So got a few minutes to stretch your legs or fill your coffee cups. Yeah, leg stretch.
Coffee cups.
There, we rolled over to 1:45. Welcome back, everybody. We will call the Regional District Okanagan's Milkmean regular board meeting to order, but before I ask for the agenda approval, I would just like to mention that we do have a few alternate directors with us today, and I'd like to welcome and thank Director Rhodes and Director DeAndrea for filling in for their respective directors. This is also a reminder that anything on the consent agenda, if anybody wants to have that discussed, it's the opportunity to remove it from consent. I don't see any hands on that, so looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to adopt that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us over to item B, which is Development Services. Agricultural Land Commission referral in Area C, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is an application by Pillar Estates to enclose an outdoor service lounge. There's no contravention of any of our bylaws, Mr. Chair, so we're recommending that this be sent forward to the ALC. It's just a matter of the size is over the provision of the ALC directive, so they have to go and get an on-farm use for that, and we support that.
Okay, I will go to Director Knodel for direction.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved. A seconder for that. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands, so this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to B2, which is another ALC referral for a subdivision and electoral area H, CAO.
This is Princeton Stock Ranch, Mr. Chair. They have a 61 hectare parcel that they want to do a 2-lot subdivision on. They want a small piece of it so that they can have a succession plan for retiring members of the company, and that is it fits with our OCP and zoning bylaw, Mr. Chair. So we're recommending this go forward to the ALC.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Coyne Sr. for direction.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Again, seeing no hands, and this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B3, noise control bylaw, again to the CAO.
We've had a number of discussions on noise control, Mr. Chair, and the most recent discussion was on the use of decimeters so that we can make this a more objective evaluation on noise control rather than subjective. So this now we believe is in the condition that the board was looking for, and we're recommending that this get first, second, and third reading. And then also we have to change our bylaw, notice enforcement bylaw, so we can issue fines for contravention. So we're recommending 3 readings on both of those, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Direction on this? Anybody willing to move it? Moved. Seconder, thank you. Any discussion? Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to opt out of this one if possible. This is absolutely, totally impossible to enforce or deal with out here where we are. So I would request the board allow us to withdraw from this bylaw.
Okay, I think that would require an amendment to it to just not use or to not include area H in this. Are you willing to make that motion? To amend it to not include H?
Yes, I would like to make that that motion, please.
Okay, moved. Is there a seconder for that?
Right here.
Seconded, great. Any discussion on the amendment first? Is that a hand from Director Gettens? Go ahead.
But
This
it's
is
not
on the amendment?
No.
Okay. If it's not on the amendment, we'll catch it on the next, once we get through the amended part. Director Kazakovich.
Yes, hi, I'm just curious, does this mean area H is completely out of the noise control bylaw, or is it just the new amendments to the last bylaw?
I believe he's asking to be out completely, but I will just double check that with Director Coyne.
Yep, that's the case.
Okay, out completely. All right. Any further questions on the amendment? Oh, I see a hand from Ms. Mulden. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just for clarification, so what the board is voting on right now is the regulation bylaw. And so if the board chooses today to let area H out of the reg bylaw, they still remain in the service establishment bylaw. That's a separate process. And once that was completed, that would remove H from the service establishment bylaw as well. So for today, the purpose of this, the way the resolution is drafted, is to remove them from the regulation bylaw only.
Okay. And I guess that would come later then if he wants to get out of the service establishment. Yes. Okay. Just so we're clear on that. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question on the amendment, and this is again corporate. All those in favor? Oh, thank you very much. Any opposed? Motion carries. So on the bylaw as amended, any discussion? Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up from my question from committee about the impact that this has on Peter Brothers, but now in light of what Ms. Malden just shared us, I don't know if this is the right question at the right time. But if I can get a little bit of clarity on that. And then also, I just need I need a reminder on what 70 decibels is. What I see online is that it's equivalent to a vacuum cleaner. So I can't align that with what we're looking at here. So can I just get impact on Peter Brothers and just an example of what 70 decibels is, please?
That's a good question. I guess one that I sure can't answer. CAO, who should we go to on this?
Well, I think Mr. Garish has done the research, but we could check with Mr. Petrie, Mr. Chair, to see if he knows.
Okay, Mr. Petrie, are you with us? Just adding him in. There's Mr. Petrie.
Hi there.
Hello.
Okay,
did you hear the
so
question?
I did hear the question. So I did take out a meter, a lower quality, say class 2 meter out into the field. And when we measured, let's say, a garbage truck going by within about 8 feet, it measured, I think, 88 decibels. So within the bylaw, there is some specific measuring distances that decibel rating would start to drop as you went away. So that's why they do give you these distance and specific reading locations. So 70 decibels is hard to exactly quantify from the exact measuring distance, because of course the further back you go from the noise emittance location, it will be reduced, right? So that's the best example I can give, is just the garbage truck at about 8 feet, rated about 88 decibels.
Okay. And the other part of her question was in regards to the Peter Brothers.
Yeah,
can you answer that?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thanks. Yeah, I was just agreeing with you, Chair. Sorry.
Oh. Mr. Petrie?
Okay, so as I said this morning, we'd have to check with our legal counsel just to make sure we gave you an accurate answer. I don't have that exactly It may be a little bit different than, let's say, a land use, that if the zoning bylaw changed. So I would want to make sure I got that clarified accurately.
Okay, any follow-up?
Yeah, so then as a follow-up, then without that answer, can we vote this for a second and third reading?
This is for first, second, and third, yes.
Yeah, so can
Yeah,
we do that without that answer? Like, I don't feel like I can vote on this without knowing that for area F.
there's always the option to defer it until an answer is back, if that was the route you wanted to go.
Yeah, I have to do that for area F, so yeah, I will defer it then.
You're making the motion to defer this then until there's a response back to your question. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? And deferral is usually non-debatable, so I will call the question on deferring it. All those in favor of deferral? Thank you. Any opposed? Is that an opposed, Director Knodel, or just a slow hand? Slow hand? Okay, thank you. The motion carries to defer. Down then to B4, Development Procedures Bylaw, Public Information Meetings, CAO.
Yeah, this is to make public information meetings discretionary rather than mandatory, Mr. Chair, and this is back for adoption.
Okay. Anybody willing to make that motion? Director Coyne is moving it, I believe. Director Knodel seconding. Thank you. Any discussion on this? We've seen this a few times, and this one is a rural vote. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. No items removed from consent, so that takes us to C, Finance, which is C1, District of Summerland Security Bylaw, or Security Issuing Bylaw, CAO.
Yeah, this is the borrowing bylaw for Summerland for their Giants Head Road project, Mr. Chair, for $6,464,500. And we're recommending 3 readings and adoption.
Okay, I'll go to the directors from Summerland. Yeah. You're moving it?
It's already started. So
you hope it gets passed, eh?
We're in trouble if we don't.
So moved and seconded, I'm assuming. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, this is corporate vote. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D, Legislative Services, upcoming meeting date adjustments, CAO.
The board's aware that at the start of each year, we set your meetings by resolution so that we don't have to go ahead and advertise them every time. With the pandemic under control, and now with the 2022 election, UBCM has advanced their fall conference by 1 week. So this now is in conflict with one of our meeting dates. So what we're recommending, Mr. Chair, is that we advance the September 15th meeting of the Board of Directors to September 22nd to avoid that conflict because we believe a number of members will be attending. And then secondly, the 2022 election is on October 15th. You have a meeting scheduled for October 13th. We do have 5 meetings in September. So if we were to advance the 2nd September meeting to the 22nd and moved up the October 13th meeting to the 6th, that would be the 2 weeks in between and get you away from that election date. So we're proposing these for your consideration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Direction from the board on this. Someone prepared to make that motion? Moved? Seconder, thank you. Any discussion? Director Holmes, go ahead.
Just question, do we need the October 6th meeting at all? I think most of us will have other things on our mind.
It's quite possible, but the business at the regional district usually still continues, but it could be canceled, I guess, but CAO, is it's usually a busy meeting in the past, is it not, the October meeting?
No, we can, as long as we know in advance, Mr. Chair, we'll arrange the business of the board accordingly.
Okay, so it is possible.
Yep.
Right now, we have on the floor to change both of them, but it could be amended to cancel that October one if the board desired that. So. Director Sentes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be appropriate to leave it as the recommendation is, and as the director from Summerland has suggested, if it's proven that it's not really necessary on the 6th, we can cancel it. Would it not be easier to do it that way than to eliminate it and then maybe need it?
Probably makes sense to me, but I'm not seeing any hands going up to make an amendment to change it anyway, to eliminate it, but it's a good suggestion.
Well, I will make the motion then.
It's already on the floor
Oh,
as proposed to move and adjust both those meeting dates. Seeing no further hands, I will call the question on this corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us down to D2, Falconridge Fire Service Petition Process, CAO.
We had an expression of interest over the last couple of years from residents in the Falconbridge area, Mr. Chair, to enter into an agreement with the City of Penticton to provide fire services. So we did start a formal petition process, and there wasn't enough support to do that. So this is just for information, Mr. Chair, just saying that we went through the process. The petition did not reach the threshold for approval, so that now is abandoned.
Okay, so no action required on that one. Down to D3 then, Headley Parks Maintenance Cost Contribution Service Establishment, CAO.
Yeah, we went out for an alternative approval process for a Headley Parks service, and that did not meet the threshold to reject the bylaw, Mr. Chair. So this is now back for adoption to establish a Headley Maintenance Cost Contribution Service.
Okay, I'll go to Director Roberts. I'm assuming you're moving that motion? Moved. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? Director Roberts, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And as was brought up in regards to the trails and recreation, the idea of kind of tying in ways to work with your local volunteers, the contribution service provides an opportunity where the community can continue through its local organization to provide volunteer work on its parks, keep it cost effective, but we're able to provide support by facilitating work that's done on the washrooms, facilities. This will help with their fuel for, as we know, the rising cost of fuel, and frees them up to be able to put more of their efforts to other things. And at the same time, again, shows how much we value what they're already doing. And as we look towards the future, it's been a really well accepted way to go in regards to a parks type service for Headley. Whereas it's not managed by the regional district, but we help fund the local organization in the good work that they're doing. So I'm really appreciative of corporate services putting this together.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to D4, Mosquito Control Cost Recovery Method, CAO.
We've had a number of discussions on how we collect funds for and allocate costs for the mosquito control program, Mr. Chair. So we had two issues. One was the cost allocation methodology, and then the other was whether it should be a full regional program. Before we can attack the second issue as to whether it should be a full regional program, we have to establish the cost allocation methodology. So we went out for an alternative approval process on this cost allocation methodology amendment, and it did not meet the threshold to defeat the bylaw. So this is now back for adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Direction from the board on this. Someone moving that motion, I'm assuming Director Roberts? Thank you. Seconder, thank you. On the floor, any further discussion? This one happens to be a participant vote. So I don't know all the participants in this off the top of my head, but if it comes down to that, I guess we can ask Ms. Molden who they are. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. D5, purchase of a fire truck for Naramata, CAO.
This is the borrowing bylaw for 2 fire trucks for Naramata Fire Department, up to $400,000, Mr. Chair, and this is back for adoption.
Okay, I'll go to Director Kazakovich.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this? Seeing none, again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D6, West Bench Soil Removal and Deposition Service Establishment, CAO.
So this is to establish a service for soil removal and deposition, Mr. Chair. And it is for the West Bench area only. And we went out for the alternative approval on this, and we did not meet the threshold to defeat the bylaw. So this is back for adoption.
Okay, I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thank you, Chair. I will move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion on this one? Seeing again, no hands. Corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to item E, CAO report. CAO.
Oh, nothing new for me, Mr. Chair.
Nothing new for you. Other business, down to Chair's report. Nothing new from the Chair. Board representations. Nothing new from MFA or MIA. Okanagan Basin Water Board. Anything there? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, Director McCordoff asked me if I would just say a few words about our last meeting, which was on July 6th. The delegation to the board from the provincial government and also the border services came and talked to us about the invasive mussels, and the inspection stations and the whole defense system they have in place. It was kind of interesting that as of July 3rd, just this year, 5 watercraft were intercepted that found invasive mussels on the boats. All of them were coming from Ontario, and of their destination, 2 of them were destined for the Okanagan. So, and the other 2 were headed to the coast. So, the OBWB is continuing, had submitted to the BC government's budget consultation process. It's recommending that the inspection program, the funding for inspections be restored to 2017 levels at its minimum. And there was a lot of discussion on the board with the delegations about, how to beef up the inspection because, obviously some are getting through. And those 5 watercraft are the ones that they were able to catch. We don't know the ones that slipped through, right?
Yeah.
And so that continues to be a huge concern, and I think something we should all be concerned about. And we continue to raise awareness And on that note, the Don't Move a Muscle campaign for 2022 is well underway, and you can go to www.don'tmoveamuscle.ca and you get all the information about that. So that's kind of the only major thing I think that I wanted to update everybody on.
Okay, thank you for that update. Down to Okanagan Film Commission, Director Gettins, anything to report there?
No, nothing new. I sent everybody the press release late last month, and I just haven't had a chance to connect with John yet. But can I ask a quick question of Director Holmes, just from his last comment, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just curious about when they caught that many. How many did they test? It feels like we kind of got our fingers crossed every summer that we don't get a boat with mussels in it, and I feel like it needs to be beefed up. So I'm just curious, Director Holmes, not to put you on the spot, if you know how many they test. Like, do they test everyone, or how does that work?
So I don't have the number offhand, and we were probably given it, but I don't remember. I can look up and send you it. They test every boat that crosses the border when they're open. The problem is they're not 24/7.
Yeah.
So if you're coming across the border in the middle of the night, you're coming across the border untested. So that's kind of the problem. And the other thing that was really surprising, we were told, is that there was a boat they knew, because Alberta had alerted them, because they were tested in Alberta, and they knew they had invasive mussels on one of those boats, and they let them continue. And they came into BC. They alerted BC, but they were heading to the coast. But that all took us aback, that they knew there was a boat heading here that had invasives, and Alberta had let them continue, rather than just stop them. And so it's it's a lot of work to do, and it's scary when you really think of how many are potentially slipping through.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like we need a little better coordination between provinces as well.
I think they're all coordinated. I mean, they communicate, and in fact, there's a big conference, Pacific Northwest Economic Region Summit in Calgary, sometime this month, and invasive mussels are a big agenda
topic
on that. So.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith for Okanagan Regional Library. Anything there?
Nothing at this point.
Sterile insect release. Director Bush, anything?
I have a meeting tomorrow.
Okay. Simia, Director Knodel, anything there?
All is quiet.
All quiet. Starling Control, Director Bush?
Nothing.
Nothing from the Fire Liaison Committee right now. I will just say that the fire chiefs had met with myself and CAO Newell, and it was a productive meeting. You'll probably hear more about that in the future. Intergovernmental Indigenous Joint Council, nothing to report there. That's been kind of inactive for the most part this year. Okanagan Smokemean Regional Hospital District. Anything there, Director Johansson?
Nothing specific to the hospital district, but do have a key meeting this evening on Oliver Suya's next steps meeting, getting prepared for a follow-up meeting with Health Minister Adrian Dix later this summer.
Okay. Good for that, or thanks for that. Board members or directors' motions. Any directors' motions to be made today, or notices of motions? I don't see any hands there, so we'll move on to board members' verbal updates. Any of the municipalities or electoral areas with anything to bring to everybody's attention, or announcements to be made? Again, seeing no hands. Quiet bunch today. That brings us down to G, which is the closed session. And we will need a motion to go in camera for that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So give Adam